Good morning, everyone. I'm Christine Robinson, Mayor of West Grey. Um, Under item number 1 of this agenda, West Grey Council meeting for January 19th, 2021 is called to order. We have all members of council present. This meeting today, we are using both audio and video to conduct this electronic meeting. This meeting is being recorded and will be posted to the West Grey website, www.westgrey.com, and technology for this meeting is being managed by staff. I'd ask that you please refrain from clicking buttons unless prompted. Now, before I go over to Supervisor Hewlett, I do want to identify that Councillor Hamilton has identified also that she will be leaving the meeting. And I just want to ensure coordination so that when the councillor leaves, that we are aware that she's not in the meeting, and should she return, also the awareness back. Would that be correct, Councillor Hamilton? And I'll go to Clerk Scharbeck to have that coordinated.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I do have an appointment via phone coming, so I'll have to leave quite abruptly. I might not have time. I won't have time to put my hand up to excuse myself. So I thought I might just leave the camera running so council can see that I've left the room, and then I'll come back and you can see that I'm back. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Well, thank you for that. Clerk Scharbeck, would you be able to watch for that and identify when Councillor Hamilton is left? That's awareness for all members of council, certainly keeping count for quorum and also citizens being aware. Any comments, Clerk Scharbeck?
That's fine. Thank you.
Oh, and thank you too for your help with that. Okay, so before we go any further, I will ask Supervisor Hewlett to walk us through the features of Zoom. Please pay special attention today, if you wouldn't mind, because today we will be using the raise hand feature for moving and seconding motions and also for questions. So with that, just entree, Supervisor Hewlett, could you please also identify the features for today's meeting?
Morning, and thank you, Mayor Robinson. Before I begin, if you get disconnected at any time during this meeting, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID 850-9797-1966 to rejoin the meeting over phone. Both council and staff have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be using the raise their hand function to speak, as well as to move, second, and vote throughout this meeting. Following a vote, each member of council will then be called upon verbally to confirm their vote for the benefit of any guests who have joined us over the phone as opposed to the online meeting software. If you have any technical issues throughout the meeting for members of the public, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, and I will attempt to assist you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Supervisor Hewlett. Appreciate all of that instruction. So on item 2, members of council and those listening in, this is a moment of reflection. Please take a quiet moment. Thank you. We are on item number 3, declaration of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Members of council, is there anything to declare? Seeing none, you can declare at any time. We are now moving on to item 4, delegations/presentations. We have a very interesting agenda, as you could see today. 4.1 delegations. We do have 3 listed. The first one, 4.1.1, Town of Minto, Mayor George Bridge, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM programs. Now we are at 9:06, so we are right on schedule to welcome Mayor Bridge. Hello there, welcome. And by the way, congratulations for being the representative on FCM. That's quite a feat.
Well, thank you, Mayor Robinson. And thank you for the council for allowing me to talk a bit about the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Part of my job is, although Wellington County is who I sort of pays my bills on FCM, I'm not sure if you're aware, but there's not many rural members on FCM in Ontario. So I feel like I'm part of your representation too, and using the rural voice. So pleased to bring a little bit of information to you today, and we'll see. We got some technology we're going to try, and I tried it at my council, it worked. So we'll see how it works at your council. It was quite interesting what I did this morning. I saw that your IT person is also your recreation facilities person, and that's what we have in town too. So small towns everybody has to wear more than one hat. So
Truly.
thanks for me to come today, and I appreciate the opportunity. Federation of Canadian Municipalities actually represents 2,000 municipalities across Canada, and that's 90% of the population. So we certainly have a real good voice with the federal government. And as you can see from the video later on, and from some of the talks we talk about, I think your voice is being heard. So I've been on the board for 5 years, and every year you got to run. So it's a bit of a challenge at times, but I appreciate the fact that, as you say, we want to have that rural voice there. And that's why I started 5 years ago. So currently I'm vice chair of the Ontario Caucus, and I'm also a member of the Rural Forum, which is interesting because 54 of the 75 members of the board belong to the Rural Forum. And the Rural Forum goes down, and we have people that represent population towns of 300 or 400 people at FCM. So it's really amazing. I feel big in Minto actually when I see some of the smaller communities, but and also I'm on the Finance and Intergovernmental Affairs committees. So I think now, if we could, we're going to try to do this YouTube, and it was put out at the end of the year, and I just gives you a little bit of a thing. It's about 3 minutes, and then maybe we'll get into some more of what FCM does. So if I can get you to put that on.
Certainly.
Great, thank you.
corner of Canada, in cities and communities of all sizes, thousands of municipal leaders are standing up for you, for your health, for your safety, for your quality of life.
FCM is working hard for municipal leaders across the country so they can continue supporting Canadians through this pandemic and be ready to build tomorrow's stronger Canada, because we really are all in this together.
Thank you for that.
There we go. Thank you. And that just gave you a little bit of a capsule of what we've been trying to do. And I know our council, and I'm sure Mayor, your council, it's been a struggle in 2020. We have a lot of things on the plate that we never thought we'd ever have. And certainly having that voice at the federal government level makes a difference. Just out of a couple of little things and strengths and numbers working together. One of the things was we secured up to 8.6 billion in emergency funding. And I know with the restart program, if we wouldn't have had that extra money come back in, it would have been a tough budget year for us. I'm sure yours in the same boat, where having that money from the federal and provincial government that helped us with the restart and kept us afloat during this time. The other thing that maybe came out of that, and we see a little bit of it, is we've got some money for rural broadband. I know SWIFT is working away at trying to get some more money from the federal government, but there's 1.7 billion that we've been put back into the federal government as far as into rural broadband. So that's important. A couple of the things that I want to talk a bit about too is just locally and at the Minto level. A lot of people forgot, maybe going back, but Federation of Canadian Municipalities is the big driver for the federal gas tax. And in my little municipality, that federal gas tax is about $240,000 a year. And so in the 10 years I've been mayor, that's over 2,400,000 for infrastructure that we would not have been able to do without it. And it's so nice because we can budget every year knowing it's there. And that's a big plus for our treasurers and for our councils. And at the county level, that's almost $24 million. And again, those are things that we want to keep pushing. The two other programs that I think are amazing that they've been doing that I want to touch on, because we don't have a lot of time today, but the Green Municipal Fund and the Municipal Asset Management Fund. Now, the Green Municipal Fund has, over the period, I had my notes on that. What did I do with it? Anyways, it's almost $1 billion that they put out for 1,300 projects. And one of the ones close to home that you might be aware of is Arthur got, sorry, Arthur, I'm going way back in my past. Wellington North got some over $1 million for their wastewater plant. So I think if you want to make sure that you look at those two funds, and the other one is the Asset Management Fund, which we've used very, very effectively at Minto, where we've actually built our asset management program. I'm not sure where you are on that, Mayor, in West Grey. I didn't have a chance to look, but there's money available to do software and everything else. And it's a very simple program to apply for. And that's through, the government gave us the money through FCM to do that. So I think we've got over $100,000 to help us with our asset management planning. And going forward, as you know, we need that to make sure that we're there. So the other thing I wanted just to talk about with the going forward, we're looking for feedback from all the municipalities, and that's what I like about it is we're getting feedback, and FCM works very closely with AMO as far as Ontario's purposes. So if you have anything you ever want to talk to me about, or go on the FCM website, and I think you get, hopefully you get the newsletters that come out on a regular basis that you can read up on. And if there's anything you ever want to talk about FCM, or you want me to bring up something forward to FCM, by all means, just give me a call. And I'll kind of open it up for questions now, because I maybe can answer some other ones if anybody has any questions, because I know it's a limited time.
Well, thank you, Mayor Ridge. That was most interesting, and you drew awareness to some funding opportunities and some functions of FCM, and we're delighted that you are here before us. So I am just going to ask members of council if there's any questions of clarity with regard to the presentation. So I will look for hands, members of council, beginning with Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Good morning. It's Councillor Hutchison. Thank you for your input there, Mayor Bridge, on FCM and bringing us this forward. Just a question. I know a lot of municipalities are in the same boat when it comes to dollars for infrastructure. In particular, our municipality, like a lot, we have over 100 bridges and culverts that we're trying to fund. Is there any movement from the federal level to try to, whether they shore up the gas tax or some way of helping municipalities cover the huge costs that we can't seem to get a handle on?
Well, thanks for that question, Councillor Hutchison. And basically, what we're hoping to do is we've seen how well the federal gas tax works, because in all municipalities, what happens, and it's no different, I'm sure, than in yours, if you have 100 bridges they have to repair, that this is not done overnight. And going through the process of applying for grants, I think, is a little bit archaic. And I think we should be looking at the fact that if we could get the gas tax to be upped, and that's what they're pushing at, rather than some of the infrastructure programs that they're doing, although we're still working on those, to take half that money at least and put it back into a straight federal gas tax, which would get, every year that you've got, say, $1 million that you can put aside. So a bridge, you can maybe budget for the fact that that bridge needs to be done in 3 years from now, as you do go through all your repairs and whatever, and you get your engineers reports, that you can start planning. So we're really pushing hard again at both the current government, and one thing the FCM does is we talk to all levels of government. We talk to or the other parties as well. So every time we do a platform or try to get a platform changed, we talk to them all. So there is hope that we can get that federal gas tax up, and I think that will help your situation. And that's what we're planning to do. I hope that helps.
Yeah, for sure. That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Shea, please.
Thanks for joining us, Mayor Bridge. Good to talk to you again.
Yeah, thank you.
I think when we last spoke, I told you that we were planning on building a new police station imminently. We've sort of started the process, and we're hoping to make it a green building.
Yep.
And that would make it eligible for the Green Municipal Fund, I understand.
Yes, it would. And I don't know the technicalities of exactly, Councillor, but you certainly would qualify for anything in that plan that you work towards any energy efficiency.
And that is, I understand that program includes both some sort of a grant, but also low cost financing. Is that correct?
That's right. And it's a twofold. So the government gave us about $1 billion sitting in a fund that we can actually then put out in short-term loans or long-term loans with better interest rates. And some of it is grant based as well. So if you have I would suggest if you guys could look into that, if you have any concerns, the Green Municipal Fund is a fairly straightforward process for applying to. If you run any snags, let me know.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Shea, anything further?
No, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Members of council, anything further? I am looking on the dashboard and I'm not seeing any other raised hands. So at this point, Mayor Bridge, I just want to thank you very, very much for a most interesting presentation. I really enjoy the outreach. Let's all stay connected, and most interesting on some funding opportunities. And I expect our members of council, if they're not already on FCM's website, that they'll take a look. And it also gives an opportunity for anybody listening in to take a visit on your website. I wish you the best of luck this year. You're a fine representative for rural Ontario. Thank you. And we hope to see you again as a delegation.
Oh, that'd be great, Mayor Robinson. And by the way, it's nice to be able to stop in and see a neighbor on these days we can't get to see each other. And what we work well with West Grey as far as some of our road work and everything. Appreciate all the cooperation with Minto, and yeah, keep in touch for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for saying that. Very much appreciate it. We do like being great neighbors. Before you go, Mayor, I see Councillor Shea has his hand up again, so I do want to recognize him. No worries. Councillor Shea, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Mayor Bridge, you said that you're on FCM as a county representative. I assume it's a fairly expensive body to be a participant in, because your travel is quite far often. Are most of the rural members, they're representing counties?
No, that's a great question, Councillor Shea. And it's interesting throughout the provinces how that changes. In BC, they actually have a fund. The BC government has a fund to allow those, as they say, those small communities to have an opportunity to be represented. We're looking at that on the Ontario Caucus side because we want to increase the numbers in Ontario Caucus. We're underrepresented right now in Ontario. We have 40% of the population and 40% of the funds that go into FCM, and we only have 22% representation. So I'm working hard on a governance task force to actually work to see if we can get some more members and try to get more into the north and the rural members to have an opportunity. And along with that is the cost. Yeah, so it would cost normally around, for Wellington County, if we were traveling. Right now it's costing not as much because I'm doing everything in Zoom, but would normally cost around $10,000 to $15,000 depending on where the meetings be held, because they can be held in BC, or they can be held in Halifax, or they can be held somewhere else. So you have to move around and do a bit of that. So it's hard for a small municipality like yourself to have a rep on there. But most counties that I've seen, you're a member because the county also puts you in as a member. So we definitely want to make sure we keep that communication going. So as again, the only other rural member around us is Kathy Jeffries. She's in Collingwood, a councillor in Collingwood, and our next president is going to be from Strathroy, which is Vanderhain. So we're happy to see that she'll be our next president, but she's from Strathroy. So there's not many small towns represented. I'd like to see more of that. So good question.
Okay, well, thank you. I for one would be eager to get involved, but I know it would be a strain on our municipality. So I'll just keep an eye out for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, again, Mayor Bridge, thank you very much. I do know that based on questions, we'll reconnect with you, and best of luck in 2021. Thank you.
You too. You too. Have a good one. Take care.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye now.
Bye.
So members of council, we are now moving on to item 4.1.2. Mike Mayette, who's the president of the Saugeen Mobility and Regional Transit, as well as Roger Cook, who is the manager. This is an overview of the services. And I did acknowledge that Mike Mayette was on our meeting. I'm just wondering, good morning, Mike. It's a pleasure to see you again. And how are you doing? I just want to double check, is Roger Cook also available, or will you just be conducting?
Because Mayor Robinson, thank you for the invitation to Beth Hamilton, of course, Councillor Hamilton, and appreciate the invitation to speak on behalf of SMART. But Roger is on the call, and if I do, I'll make the presentation as president of the board for SMART. But if I get stuck at the end with questions, then I'll turn it over to Roger so you can answer any question. Okay,
please,
so
yeah, please proceed. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's kind of like old home week here, Mayor Robinson. We, you and I, and your deputy mayor Tom serve on the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority board together, and of course Beth Hamilton is a SMART member, and she's a very important part of our board, and has done a whole lot of work. And of course, Councillor Doug Hutchinson and I, we go back a lot of years, so it's kind of like old home week here today. So, but thanks again for the invite. Talk a little bit about Saugeen Mobility. It's been a very busy year and a half, 2 years for Saugeen. It was founded in 1977. I have a lot of slides here, but I'm not going to read word for word because I know I only have about 10 minutes, Mayor Robinson, so I'll just breeze through these, and I know there'll be some questions at the end. But there are 9 municipalities that are partners with Smart Mobility, and they're listed on your slide there. And I just want to mention that any member municipality that decides that SMART isn't the service that they may want to be partnering with, there's a 1-year notice that the municipality must give to withdraw from SMART. But the membership's been pretty solid. We haven't really lost members, so we've gained members over the last 10-15 years. So it's a solid membership. The benefits of SMART, it's a door-to-door service, and I think, when we talk about disabilities and transportation, in Grey and Bruce counties, Saugeen Shore is no different than your municipality, I suppose, where, transportation for those with varying abilities is something that's very important. And conventional transit or local taxi services, these people cannot use as much because the equipment we have is conducive to those with varying abilities. So, and we also, as I mentioned in the slide here, we provide excursion charter service to local nursing homes. And for many, it might be the only day of the week some of the people from the nursing homes do get a chance to get out into the community. So it's a very important transportation service. Next slide, please. I'm not going to read all these numbers. I think the key number here to look at, and thank you, Mayor Robinson, for the call yesterday to indicate that the gas tax fund actually it says here 710,540 on the last line. That was actually increased just last Friday. I think you got the notice from our MPP Bill Walker, and I confirmed this with our manager Roger Cook yesterday that that's been increased to $740,828. So that's good news. That the gas tax fund did not decrease, but it went up. It's based on the 2018 statistics. 2022 will be an interesting year because the numbers are about 2 years behind with statistics. So 2022 gas tax fund will be based on 2020 numbers. And as we know, COVID-19 year has played havoc with a whole lot of things, and SMART's no different. Our revenues and ridership are down, 70–80%. And so when ridership's down, revenue's down, and the numbers are based on the gas tax fund on usage numbers, we'll see what the province does. I would like to think that they'll say this is an off year, one-off, and that they'll maintain the existing levels, if not going higher for 2022. So we'll have to keep an eye on that number. Next slide, please. I think the key point with this slide under infrastructure is we do have a well-maintained vehicle fleet. They're large adopted buses for group outings with 34-inch lifts, as you can see, and capacity up to 30 passengers. 9-passenger for wheelchair adopted buses and with 34-inch lifts, and adopted small vans with ramps. So again, it's not something you'll find with a taxi service, conventional transit. This is a specialized transit service. And that's important to, I know Saugeen Shores, one of the highest ridership user numbers in the county. Saugeen Mobility is not going away with Saugeen Shores. We'll be around for a long time because it's a needed service and important service. Next slide, please. Looking forward, you can see the median age, the population 47 years in Bruce County, 47.3 years in Grey, compared to 40.4 years provincially. So you can see that we're an aging society, obviously, and provincially 40.4 years compared to Grey County, 47.3. It's a high number, so it makes mobility transit even that more important. As I mentioned, the last line here on the slide, transportation is the largest single barrier to healthcare in rural areas. So I think all 9 municipalities keep a close eye on transportation issues, and again, important service. Next slide, please. Strategic planning wise, I did want to say a real big thank you to Councillor Hamilton. I think she's still on the call. But Beth, you've been just a tremendous help to SMART and to Mayor Robinson and members of council. You've got a member of council in Beth Hamilton that's played a huge role, but very instrumental with bringing forth some ideas around what we did conduct a strategic plan and some policies and procedures. HR committee is new. And Beth helped bring a lot of these things forward. So Beth, thanks so much. And you can see the mission, the vision rather, providing specialized transit to member municipalities in Grey and Bruce. And then the mission is to provide door-to-door specialized transit service to improve the quality of life. And the only door-to-door service of this nature, again, in Grey and Bruce counties. I'm talking about specialized transit. Yes, taxis do it, but not with mobility lifts. It's very specialized. Next slide, please. In terms of strategic priorities, again, the business plan development happened. Again, with flatter her too much here this morning, but with Beth's great leadership, she brought that forward in terms of the need for a business plan. We did conduct and carry one out, completed one, and and it's been extremely helpful to provide direction, for SMART this year, next year, the next 5-10 years. We've been able to identify the scope of service. For some, Sunday service, which was eliminated, is not popular perhaps. There were some significant savings with eliminating Sunday service, and our hours of operation have changed slightly, slightly less hours. And we've taken a look at our services, and we're trying to reduce costs where we can to make it more affordable for municipalities. We don't want to lose municipalities. And so we're looking at ways to cut costs wherever we can. We've looked at staffing levels, client feedback surveys, and I talked about earlier new policies and procedures. We now have an HR committee, which we did not have. We didn't have a lot of policies and procedures in place. Job descriptions weren't that were not available. So we've done a lot of rebuilding in the last 18 months. Next slide, please. Talked about, just mentioned about the HR committee. We now have job descriptions. Believe it or not, they weren't there. Maybe, anyways, I'll just leave it at that for now. An HR professional was retained to review and rewrite SMART's HR policies. We did have a few, but now we're en route to developing some really solid policies and procedures for SMART. Next slide, please. Talked about weekend service was eliminated in May, Sunday, I should say. Sunday service was eliminated. Again, not popular with some, but it's something the board just decided we had to do. And we did eliminate weekend dispatch. It was a $20,000 savings. We send calls to an answering machine now. They're retrieved on Monday mornings. It's working out fairly well. The downside to eliminating, dispatch is you're missing many important calls, and there's always that risk. But again, it was a cost-cutting measure, and it's something that we'll continue to monitor. Next slide, please. COVID-19, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, has caused some havoc with SMART, and has caused havoc with municipalities, I'm sure, across the province with many services. But you can see here where we're down more than 80% with our ridership, and that does affect revenues. And I talked a little bit earlier about the gas tax, hoping it's not affected too much in 2022. We did transfer all our meetings to teleconference and Zoom, and they've gone fairly well. And just want to let Mayor and Council know that, we, from a protocol standpoint, safety protocol, we did take really every precaution to make sure that our drivers were safe, that our riders were safe. And I think staff have done a really good job with that. So next slide. The 2021 budget, due to, again, the lower expected ridership costs and costs, 2021 municipal contributions have been reduced by $100,000, which lowered the contributions for 7 out of 9 municipalities. So the 2 municipalities maybe aren't as happy with us, but we did our best, and there have been some reductions. So you can see the $336,000 number. That's a pretty significant drop in expenses. It hurts though, and when you have to lay off 25 drivers and lay off office staff, it was an interesting year as president of the SMART board. There was some times that I found it extremely difficult, knowing we had to lay off some people. It's their livelihood, it's their wages, and so it was a tough year that way. I wanted to say, in that third line is important, the operational savings from this year. It's allowed us to place some monies in reserve for our fleet, and over the last 10 years, and before I came on the board, the fleet reserve had been depleted, and when you have 25-30 vehicles and no money is in reserve to replace your fleet, that's not a good thing. So by reducing some costs, we've been able to add back in some dollars to replenish some of our fleet reserve, which is really a good thing, I believe, because reserves, in my view, are important. So the next slide, you can see the capital investments for 2020. We did purchase 5 adopted Dodge Caravans, and Smart has 3 9-passenger buses on order for delivery in April 2021, and is planning to purchase an additional 3 9-passenger buses in 2022. So fleet ages, we've sidelined a few this year, and that are in the 500,000-600,000 kilometer range, and so we have to continue to replace. Next slide. Bruce County had a good chat with our mayor about this recently, about the Transportation Advisory Committee. It's not moving as quickly as I like to see it move, but there is a transportation study, transportation master plan being carried out by Bruce County staff, and we will be involved. Smart will be involved with that. It's just moving a little slower than expected, but I think in 2021 we'll see that transportation plan roll out, and we'll see where that may head. I'm of the opinion that Smart board chair, that there should be a partnership struck at some point in time between Bruce County and Smart, and perhaps even with Grey County. How can Bruce County, Grey County, and Smart work together for a consolidated transportation system of some kind? I don't know what that looks like at this point in time. A lot of work needs to be done, but I think if you look crystal ball it into the future, I wonder if there are some possibilities where the 2 counties and Smart can work together. Next slide. We will be hearing a presentation from the Stephanie Stewart, who's the manager of community transportation for Grey County's transportation initiatives, and that will be in February now. But we do want to talk to Stephanie and Grey County just to see what's happening from a transportation standpoint. So I think it's about 10 minutes, Mayor Robinson. I hope I didn't go over too much longer than I should have. I'll just open it to questions, and Roger's on the line too. If I get stuck, we'll turn it over to him too. Thank you.
Well, thank you, President and Chair Mike Mayette. Very much appreciate the comprehensive presentation and certainly your presentation style. So with that, I'm just going to open it up to questions. I do want to say thank you for acknowledging Councillor Hamilton and her hard work on SMART. We very much appreciate that.
Yeah.
So
She does.
with that,
I'm sorry, Mary. She does work extremely hard, and I did want to say one other thing before we get into the questions, if I might. Lindsay, from your staff, and you're blessed with a fine staff down there in West Grey, and I want to thank your staff for how well they had this set up today, and very pleasant to deal with. I just wanted to pass that comment on. So.
Thank you very much for saying that, and I'm glad it was a good experience, a good customer service experience.
Yeah.
That is important. Okay, Councillor Hergert, I do see your hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Myatt, for your presentation, and thank you to Councillor Hamilton for the excellent representation of West Grey on this committee. I do have a question as it relates, first off, thank you for acknowledging the difference in the 2020 numbers may have an impact on the 22. And so to that point, are we advocating already about federal gas tax and the numbers that won't line up for 2022?
Well, I'm a little nervous about it. You never know what the province, what's going to happen with with transfer payments, and I'm a little nervous, but I'm cautiously optimistic too. I think that transportation and mobility transit. I think there's a realization from our MPP and certainly the Premier, knowing that mobility transit is very important, and so. If the gas tax is like our savings in Saugeen Shores was about $20,000 this year. I've mentioned our mayor and council. We should set that aside in a reserve for next year, because I think we're going to probably need that and maybe more. So just be very cautious about if there. I'm not sure, Roger. Maybe you can clarify. I know Chatsworth. There's no decreases. They're higher, and There's one other municipality, Roger, that doesn't quite, there was no savings. But to answer your question, I hope 2022, you know, based on 2020 numbers are very low. And I only hope that, you know, the province will see it as a one-off and say, hey, look, we're going to maintain the 2021 numbers. So hope that answers it. I mean, I don't have the answer to it, you know, completely, but I'm cautiously optimistic they'll see that it needs to be maintained where it is.
Okay. I have a question about the dispatch system through you, Mayor Robinson. Is this the same system that Grey County would use for their transit, or is this a different system for dispatch than the county?
Well, there's one for Roger.
Okay.
Roger Cook, would you mind answering the question? Good morning.
You have to get off mute there, Roger.
There we go. Is that better?
Very good. Thank you.
I actually do not know what dispatch system Grey County uses.
Okay.
Well, we could do a follow-up on that.
Well, as long as there's collaboration with the counties, I think that's where the discussion should happen. I applaud the effort to reach out to Grey and to Bruce to make that happen as well. I do have a question about home and community services and the partnership or relationship with SMART.
Roger?
Home and community support they operate the Moving Grey Bruce transportation service. We partner with them. We provide as many rides for them as we can. The clients that we serve for them have to meet all our normal eligibility criteria and have to live in the membership area. So they are swamped with, in normal times, they are swamped with calls and needs for service. So they are very happy to send us any rides that we can do for them. And they have, I know Andy Underwood, the director there, has stated in the past that if SMART were operating over the entire, providing specialized transit over the entire Grey and Bruce district, that would be a huge win for his organization, because then he could devote his vehicles and staff to other people who need rides but currently aren't getting them.
And that would be funded through the provincial government, through like healthcare dollars, is that correct?
As far as I know, all of Home and Community Support's funding comes through the Ministry of Health.
So are we advocating to the Ministry of Health for more transportation money locally?
I have been in touch with the Southwest Lynn. Now all that is changing these days.
Right.
And when I spoke to them, they had no money to put into a service like this. In some areas, specialized transit services are kind of a hybrid. They're partially funded through the Lynn, partially funded municipally. There's varying percentages around the province. Up in this area, because there are the two services, Home and Community Support is funded through the Lynn, and SMART is funded through municipalities and the Ministry of Transportation.
Okay, just to wrap that up, I would like to say I do appreciate the alignment with the county level, and you know, that really means more strength in numbers, and we get more money hopefully because we're providing a service larger. So I appreciate the efforts that have been made this year to streamline and reduce. I think we maybe have a lot further to go, especially as we look at the levels of transportation, the differing levels that we have just in Grey County. So I do appreciate all the effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have Councillor Hutchinson, and I do want to mention, just as an FYI, for all members of council and those listening in, we do have a delegation that was scheduled for 9:35. So just want to be cognizant of that. And then a training session that's scheduled for 10 a.m. with regard to our website. That's just a public service announcement. I go now to Councillor Hutchinson.
Hey, yeah, Councillor Hutchinson. Good morning, Mike. Thanks for your efforts on the board. I just want to put my 2 cents worth in that. I really do think that SMART should be run, if not run, then at least supported through the county level. I'd really like to see this Grey and Bruce County take this on and integrate it with their transportation system. So I think that's the direction we should be going with this. I think it's bigger than just individual municipalities. I think it needs to be at the county level and with our support. So thanks for that.
Thank you, Doug. And I agree with you. I think this does, personally, I believe it belongs at the county level, transportation, but we'll see where it leads to.
Right, good, thanks.
Councillor Hamilton and everyone, Councillor Hamilton is our West Grey Council appointed member on the SMART board. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Well, thank you, Mayor Robinson. And I just wanted to extend a big thank you to our president, Mike Myatt, for coming out today, and to our manager, Roger Cook. We appreciate you coming and sharing all the details. And I also want to extend a big thank you for helping us navigate through COVID. It wasn't what our president signed up for, nor our manager, and really strong leadership and brought us through protecting our service, delivering our service, and keeping everybody safe. So I wanted to extend that thank you. And I think Councillor Hergert's raised good points that have been raised at the board, and we'll have to continue to advocate for, and certainly advocating for continued stable gas tax, more gas tax. There's also an organization that does this on behalf of all transit across Ontario. So we have that advocacy through that organization as well. And just to reiterate, SMART, of course, wasn't the only service impacted by COVID. Our reduced ridership was on par with all transit across the province, which you can expect with COVID. So I think that's something we'll continue to advocate for. And yeah, I just enjoyed the presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
You're quite welcome, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hutchinson, I see your hand up. I don't want to ignore it. I just want to double check. Okay. So I'm not seeing any other hands raised to speak for questions of clarification on your presentation, Chair and President. However, having said that, Councillor Hamilton, please. Pardon me, Councillor Herger, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I did have one last question. Has this service tapped into any federal or provincial business recovery money, or is it able or allowed at, it's kind of a quasi municipal? So I'm just curious on that one.
It's a great question, and we, I as president and the board did ask Roger to explore that. And Roger, I know he did explore it, and perhaps you could just respond to what you found out.
Sure. There's one particular provincial program that we will be taking advantage of, which is the extended cleaning or enhanced cleaning funding that was available. It was announced back in the summertime. We still don't, as far as I know, have all the details about it, but we'll be taking advantage of that. Other programs under Safe Restart, things like that, we were not eligible because we did not, unlike conventional transit, which maintained their routes and all those expenses, even though their passenger volumes dropped by 90%. Because we're an on-demand service, we didn't have any of that, those kind of expenditures. We actually saved money through COVID, as all specialized transit services did. So that program will be taken advantage of by conventional transit services. As far as any business funding for COVID, this service is considered a municipal service. It's not considered to be a business, so we haven't been eligible for any of that.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, thank you very much, Mike Myatt and also Roger Cook, for being in attendance at our meeting and providing such detailed information to our council and those listening in. So we hope to have you as a delegation again. It's most enjoyable. So take care, and I'll see you later on in the week virtually.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Members of council, we are now moving on to 4.1.3. Faye Sullivan on behalf of Dave Nixon, West Grey bylaw exemption. I do see Faye Sullivan's name on screen. Welcome, Faye. It's nice to see you. Happy New Year, and nice to, we'll either hear you or definitely see you. Could you please go ahead if you're available? Hey, hello.
Good morning, everyone. So as Mayor Christine Robinson, I'm Faye Sullivan. I would like to thank you for granting me the opportunity to speak on my brother David Nixon's behalf regarding his request for an exemption to the bylaw number 37, 2006, section 628. More specifically requesting that he be allowed to park his big truck, the tractor only, in his driveway. Today, I will speak to the history of correspondence, specific events, our understanding of the bylaw, and attempt to clarify the reasons why we believe that David should be granted an exemption to this bylaw. So first up would be a timeline of correspondence with West Grey. Starting with the initial correspondence in August 2019 to present. I believe some of the emails have been provided to council directly by David, but please bear with me as I would like to review the dates and the general description as to the why and what of the correspondence to emphasize David's due diligence and respect for the process. Starting on August 2019, after a visit from the bylaw officer, Dan Sullivan did follow up with West Grey Deputy Mayor, identifying concerns and requesting some action. The Deputy Mayor did respond promptly and said he would look into it. Unfortunately, there was no other follow-up. Moving forward to April 29th, 2020, David did send an email to all council after another visit from the bylaw officer. He was not in violation. Thank you to the Mayor of West Grey, Christine Robinson, who immediately responded and said she would forward it to the appropriate staff to have it followed up. But again, however, there was no correspondence back. November 1st, 2020, another email to all of council sent by David, as he had not had any follow-up response from anyone at West Grey, and the ability to park on the street was coming to an end, and he wanted to provide proof that he was indeed an essential worker. His intention with all the correspondence over time and now is in an attempt to be proactive and avoid escalating future issues. December 2nd, 2020, another email was sent by David, as he had not had any response from West Grey directly, but he did get a visit from a West Grey police officer on December 1st between 8:30 and 9, asking him to move his truck immediately from the parking lot to the south of the credit union, which I would like to note was identified by the police officer to be at the request of Steve Earhart because of snow removal at 3 a.m. David would have been gone by then, but he followed through and moved the truck. It was pointed out to us that that particular parking lot was not plowed until mid-afternoon, December 2nd. David did receive a return email from Councillor Shea immediately on December 2nd, stating he would look into it. Thank you for your support and follow-up, Councillor Shea. December 3rd, 2020, a telephone call and 2 email correspondence from Director of Infrastructure and Public Works assured David that he would be on the December 15th council meeting and that he would keep him informed. December 29th, he received an email from Councillor Shea asking if he had been contacted and indicating that it was decided that further research would be needed and it would be February before anything else would happen. He suggested that David request a delegation, but David explained it's difficult given the short notice he gets to go to work and his unpredictable schedule. Again, much appreciation and thanks to Councillor Shea for keeping David informed, and offering solutions, which is what we believe has brought us here today. On January 7th, a telephone call and email from Lindsay Glacier, I hope that's how you say that, asking David to participate in a meeting today. Again, he explained his schedule is so unpredictable, almost impossible, and he asked for me to represent him. So again, thank you for this opportunity. In all, David did receive a total of 3 visits from the bylaw officer, of which only the initial visit in early 2019 was warranted. He was in compliance on the other 2 occasions. So it's been 1 year and 5 months since this whole process began, and I can tell you from my assistance, it is somewhat difficult and challenging to know exactly what the process is. So I perceive it basically as a lesson in patience and perseverance, really. Moving on to considerations that would be specifically related to the bylaw. David purchased the family home on 231 Queen Street South in August 2013. The real estate agent was aware that he was an independent owner-operator of a big truck and it would be parked in the driveway. In fact, it was the size of the driveway and yard that captured his attention to buy the property. They did not disclose any information at that time pertaining to a bylaw prohibiting it, and quite frankly, I'm not sure if that's required. Also at that same time, there was a commercial building across the road which had regular deliveries from big trucks, reinforcing to David that his truck would not be an issue. He parked in his driveway from August 2013 until June 2019 without any knowledge of this bylaw. It was the first visit in 2019 from the bylaw officer that made him aware that it existed. We have researched the bylaw, and this is our interpretation, or what it appears to us to be, is that it was amended in 2017 to include the section pertaining to recreational vehicles, big trucks, etc. And it also appears that it's enforced by complaint only. It was a surprise that there would be a complaint by any of David's neighbors, given he believed there was a good relationship with his neighbors, and never once during many conversations and visits over 6 years with his direct neighbors in the area was him parking in the driveway ever mentioned as an issue. And to our knowledge, there were only 3 complaints by one individual who David has since learned from other neighbors. She also has laid complaints about other neighbors. Add to that, there are numerous buses, big trucks, recreational vehicles and driveways in the town of Durham alone, and they continue to be parked there. They must have good neighbors with honest communication and problem-solving skills, or it could just be the luck of the draw. And lastly, we are not aware of any area for big trucks to park in Durham or West Grey with the ability to plug in during the winter. I'd like to address considerations related to personal life circumstance, although I know that is not the responsibility of council, but looking for some compassion, I guess. He has made arrangements to park the trailer elsewhere and tried to be cooperative and proactive in his attempts to look for a solution to avoid creating problems. The request is to park the tractor only in his driveway. He is limited in his job opportunities, I would say, given his age and education. David is a 59-year-old man, and although age is not a determining factor of eligibility for employment, in a lot of cases, it is a factor that's considered. David went to work at 15 years of age. He did not complete high school, but he did attend Milton Mohawk College and got his heavy equipment certification and licensing, but again limits his opportunity. He has driven truck for over 25 years. David and his family are a single car family. He has a wife who is a 7-year immigrant to Canada and 3 children, 8, 6, and 2. His wife works part-time at Walmart, and finances, quite frankly, do not allow a second vehicle for David to commute back and forth, reinforcing the point that even if there was a place to park the truck, David would have to walk to and from it, compromising his ability to respond in a timely manner, which is often required in his job as an essential worker delivering chicken and other food products. So in closing, we believe that David has shown respect, cooperation, open communication, and a willingness to try to work with his neighbors, West Grey Council, and staff to find solutions to avoid escalating the situation. We live in a small town in a rural community, and he is just trying to provide for his young family. We believe our bylaws should reflect and support ratepayers within small rural communities. He understands that council needs to look at the bigger picture when governing municipalities, but they also have the power and ability to review specific situations that may make it unique from others without setting a precedent moving forward. It has been a long process to get to this point, and he understands that protocols have to be followed now and in the future to resolve issues. Perhaps the amendment in 2017 could be grandfathered for David's property as long as he owns it, and it could be voided if the property is sold. That's one solution that we sort of came up with. But at the end of the day, all he's asking for is that the elected officials use their powers and abilities to support, understand, and show some compassion to find a way to make a change, which will show him, will allow him to park in his driveway and continue doing what he knows and does best, which is drive truck. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to your decision, hoping it will be a positive solution for both of us. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Faye Sullivan. It's always a pleasure to see you, and I've very much enjoyed you being here as a delegation. This is an issue, and solutions need to be obtained. I'm going to look to council for any questions of clarification, but I might, as a food for thought for members of council, council may want to consider, I just jotted this down as Faye, you were speaking. Perhaps council would be interested in a report back from staff addressing this matter, but certainly reviewing the bylaw and what options would be available. And within that, also, I would suggest that there be a time frame put on that report being presented back to council. Food for thought only. Let's see the clarification questions. Starting with Councillor Herger, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much, Faye Sullivan, for coming forward and speaking up on this person's behalf. I understand it to be your brother. I apologize for the difficulty in the communication up until this point, but I think as Mayor Robinson has just presented, we likely have some options. We would look for staff to bring back a report. I liked where Mayor Robinson was going with that, is that we will need something back from staff on what we could do. I also would like to add in 2 comments about the CIP that is for every single property. And I thought of a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment in which maybe we could even utilize funds from the CIP to encourage business here in West Grey and to encourage our citizens, really, our residents. This is the CIP is for all of West Grey, and this is a very site-specific occurrence where possibly we could utilize a new program, which we've not seen yet, but to also rectify one of these very site-specific instances. So thank you very much, Faye, for bringing that forward, and for Mayor Robinson just bringing those couple options. I'd like to submit my my option as a possible as well, and look forward to a staff report back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Herbert. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what CIP stands for. Could someone clarify that for me?
Councillor Herbert.
My apologies. So our community improvement program has
Thank
some funding behind it as well. Yes.
Thank you.
Good. And thank you, Faye, for seeking clarification on that acronym. I do see Councillor Hutchinson, but before I call to him, Councillor Herbert, your hand is still up. Is there anything further? Got it. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson, thanks, Faye, for coming forward and bringing this to our attention. I know it's been a bit of a struggle. I've seen the emails. I think on our end, we need to tighten up our protocol in terms of when we receive a mass email. And I think that's part of the issue, is that when an email goes to a number of councillors, I sort of think, well, somebody in the office or somebody else is dealing with this because it's gone to the whole group of us. And if I get an email specifically to myself, then I deal with it. So I apologize that some of us didn't jump on board on that one. But anyways, it is an issue. As you know, we do have a number of trucks and vehicles parked around town. This is not the only one. I know parking on the street becomes somewhat of an issue sometimes, so that's a different ball game. I think it's an issue that we need to resolve. I think there's room for movement, and there's room to accommodate people as long as it's not, bothering the neighbors or whatever. So I think we do need to resolve this, and look forward to some kind of happy resolution that comes out of this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchison. And yeah, to your point, and I mentioned it earlier, that it is very difficult to navigate or understand the process and how to even go about having your issue dealt with. So I think that people just, default to the easiest method, which is shooting out emails to all of council, hoping someone would jump on board. So again, a good suggestion that perhaps a more clearer definition of how do ratepayers go about addressing a concern or an issue that will help with the timelines being more beneficial to everyone.
Yeah, and if I may, Madam Mayor, just to follow up on that, and maybe that's something that was through our new website. Maybe it's a clear steps or strategies to, we have an option to do complaints, but this is not really necessarily a complaint so much as an inquiry. So just some clear process of how people inquire about a situation or a bylaw or whatever. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I couldn't agree more. And I think this council is always for process improvement and ensuring customer service, and you never drop the ball. You have to always improve. So I would be looking to council as an agreement where we have an improved process in place, but also one that clearly identifies when you begin the process or you have a request of council, what is that process? And if an action has been required, who is going to then acknowledge it, address any issues, or suggest whether it needs to come to council, or can it be addressed by staff? So I think that whole process needs to be addressed. And I think this is a really good example of that. And I do want, before I go to Councillor Townsend, if I might, council, I do have a question for our clerk, Clerk Sharback. We're hearing favorable comments back from council for a staff report. Is it a requirement for a motion at this point, or would staff take it as a direction? I just want some information on it at this point, please.
Through you, Your Worship. The clearest way forward is for a member of council to say, I move that a staff report be brought back regarding this, this matter, or including options moving forward.
Wonderful.
Something like that. Yes, absolutely, a resolution.
Thank you. That makes it absolutely clear. I like to ask the questions. So with that, I will continue with, there are two members of council that have identified at this point they wish to speak, Councillor Townsend and then Councillor Hamilton. Go ahead, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I would also like to thank Faye for her excellent presentation, very complete, very concise, and also thank David for his patience and behavior of being reasonable and working through the system. Not everybody does that, and it's really a pleasure to see that happen. Excuse me. I was going to move a motion, Mayor Robinson, to actually suggest that we do request a staff report, but I would like to see a date in that motion, not just leave it open, because I think waiting 15 months to get a response is way too much. With the amount of communications and visits that have happened, if we don't understand that this needs to be dealt with on a timely basis, then there's an issue there too. So,
Councillor, would you
that was going to
suggest
be my other comment. Thank you.
Yes, and Councillor, thank you
Let's-
for identifying you're going to move a motion. Would you mind putting a date in then, please, in your motion?
Yes, with input from staff, I am thinking for the next council meeting, which I believe is March 1st, or sorry, February 1st, in that time frame.
Okay, with that, is there a seconder on this? And Clerk Sharback, I just want to say that I'm taking the motion right now because the councillor has asked it. I do acknowledge Councillor Hergert as the seconder. Any comment before I proceed, Councillor, Clerk Sharback?
Yes, what is the motion that is being moved? That a staff report be provided for the next council meeting?
Councillor
Yes.
Townsend?
I'm not sure
Yes,
what the
and
motion
that's
was.
February 2nd. Sorry, Clerk Sherbuck. Yes, and it was February 2nd is the actual date.
And can I just add that we discussed that options be provided? I'm sorry,
Yes.
I don't know if that's appropriate for me to.
No.
That's, actually, I was definitely going to talk to Councillor Townsend about it. So Councillor Townsend, I was wondering if your language in your motion would address that a staff report be brought back to the next council meeting with regard to options around the bylaw exemption with regard to this particular bylaw. Is that about, do you want to extend that any further, Councillor Townsend?
No, I'm fine with that, and it should be noted that whatever we do would apply to all people in a similar situation, because just to make it clear for Faye that we have to be consistent in what we do, and we don't necessarily cherry pick to do one particular situation and not all of them. So the research that they will do will come back with options, and we'll deal with it as a community-wide issue.
Great. Clerk Sharbuck, are you clear on the language before I go to Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hergert, to ensure that she likes the language as well as the second?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm clear on the language, but just to confirm that reports for the February 2nd meeting need to be submitted today.
So Councillor Townsend, how about the following meeting?
If it has to be such, then it will have to be such.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Hergert as a seconder? Okay. So with that, we do have a motion on the floor. So questions with regard to the motion on the floor. I'm looking to Councillor Hamilton at this point, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you to our delegation today. And I'm sorry it took this long, and we hear you, and I'm glad you're here today, and thank you for your patience. So I'm supportive of the motion. I think, Mayor Robinson, I'd like to see a second distinct report. So it sounds like this report will deal with the zoning concern. I think we are very clearly hearing a concern about process when it comes to inquiries and complaints. And so I would like there to be a second report specific to improvements, areas of improvements. I think there's lots of lessons we can learn from this story. as we deal with inquiries and complaints. So Mayor Robinson, I don't know if I should amend this motion to include a second report, or I'd be happy to make a separate motion to, for that report, whichever is best. So perhaps our clerk could field that question, please.
So I'm going to try it out first, and
Okay.
I'm going to suggest something and then go right to the clerk on this. So, and thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for that. I'm wondering if we could deal with the motion at hand, and if there's any other questions with regard to that, and then call the vote on that. And and then would you then please move your motion, and I'll look for a seconder on that so that we deal with it. Councillor Clerk Sharbuck, would you be procedurally, would that be okay, or are you going to suggest something else? Please.
I would suggest that there is a motion on the floor moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hergert that a staff report be provided for the February 16th council meeting with options to resolve the parking issue experienced by Mr. Nixon.
Okay.
Or Mr. Nixon's parking issue.
Okay. All right.
And
so,
I would recommend that be addressed as one item. The other one is there's a great deal to that, and the CAO may want to comment on how that would work into an existing work plan without bumping other things in that work plan. So one at a time would be a little bit cleaner.
Very good. Thank you for supporting my suggestion, and that's just fine. I do see, with regard to the motion at hand, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. You just have to
Thank
unmute.
you, Mayor Robinson. It is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, and I apologize. My hand was up, but I know we're going to be speaking to the motion. I did have a comment that I'd like to make to the delegation, if you would allow that.
Yep.
I know, again, we do have the motion on the floor. So with your, if I could just say something quick.
Yes.
I didn't have an opportunity to speak to it. I just want to thank Faye for the delegation, and I apologize as well for the, I guess, the lack of a response. It's something that we have identified, and I want to let Faye know that we've had discussions in council on improving our processes and our procedures for when we do receive. So this came at a very appropriate time because we are in the middle of that. So I just wanted to say we're constantly looking, and we're looking to service because it's very important that our communications and that flow of information is in and out. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for the time, Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So Clerk Sharbuck, could you please read the motion at hand, moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Hergert?
Your worship, the motion reads that a staff report be provided for the February 16th council meeting with options to resolve Mr. Nixon's parking issue.
All those in favor indicate using the raise the hand, and then I will also call upon you as in our regular normal fashion. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of the motion. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson, in favor.
That motion does carry. Councillor Hamilton, you have a motion that you would like to address, and please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and certainly I welcome comment from our CEO after in terms of timeline, and so I'll put that out there too. But the motion would be that a report come to the February 16th council meeting which outlines improvements that we can make to our addressing inquiries and complaints in a timeline for next steps. So just for clarification, it's not that I'm looking for all the system improvements to arrive on February 16th report, but that staff could say, here are the things that we can achieve right now. And here's what we'd like to achieve. Perhaps it's augmenting our website, that kind of thing, and just giving council a timeline or letting us know what kinds of resources are required to achieve those goals. So things that we can achieve now and next steps. And so perhaps Mayor Robinson, if I could ask for feedback from the CEO, if that's appropriate.
Absolutely. What I would like to do, if you don't mind, is get a seconder.
Oh, yes.
And then I'll go directly to Madam CAO and then back to our clerk for maybe clarification of wording. So with that, Councillor, I'm just trying to make sure, I'm not sure whose hand was up first, but I think it was Councillor Townsend. Are you seconding this motion?
It's Councillor Townsend, and yes, I'd like to second that motion.
Okay, great. Now with that, Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Council, for your request. We had already identified through the strategic vision plan that we were going to begin working on the customer service strategy, so the timing could dovetail quite nicely. I have comfort that you're only looking for proposals which might generate conversation on things that we could explore. So we could bring a brief highlight report to the 16th, just knowing that actions will be coming later on in the year once we get the customer service strategy formalized and delivered to staff.
Thank you. Clerk Scharbeck, please. I'm just wondering if you could comment, but also are you seeking any clarification of the wording of the motion?
Yes, the motion began through your worship, a report be brought forward to the February 6th council meeting, which outlines improvements to the process of, and then it went on for quite a bit. I'm not sure what's included in the motion or what's not. I just wonder, Councillor Hamilton, if you could help me with the words a little bit.
Yes, Clerk Scharbeck, I did expand, and so it'd be the February 16th meeting.
Right.
That the report outlines improvements for dealing with inquiries and complaints from our community. Okay. But also include some, not things, but things that we could achieve right now, like some strategies that staff could do right now, and also a timeline for next steps. But if you wouldn't mind. Sure.
That's what I have in my note. Very good,
Okay.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you.
So we're just giving a moment for the clerk.
Thank you.
What about, through you, your worship, and Councillor Hamilton, I'll ask for clarification if does this suit, that a report be brought forward to the February 16th council meeting, which outlines improvements to the process of receiving inquiries and complaints with strategies and timelines suggested for implementation of changes or something
or
like
actions to be taken?
I think it's suggestions for strategies and timelines to implement improvements. Is that fair? Because we're not really doing a comprehensive, this is the new policy. It's exploring some options is the issue. So with suggestions for strategies and timelines to implement improvements.
Thank you, Clerk Scharbeck.
Okay, Councillor Townsend as the seconder, are you fine with the wording?
I am. I do have one minor suggestion if Councillor Hamilton is agreeable, and I would like to say correspondence including inquiries and complaints. We know we've had a bit of a challenge there for a few things, and I would think we need a process to have everything that comes through the door in the way of communication dealt with in a reasonable and predictable manner, if you will. And so to only address the two, I think we may be missing an opportunity, and I think they'll be pretty similar. So if Councillor Hamilton is okay, I'd like to see correspondence including inquiries and complaints.
Yes, thank you for that suggestion. I can get behind that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Clerk Scharbeck, that would be included then in the motion. Thank you. All right, now I do see a couple hands. First off, Councillor Townsend, is there anything further? No? All right, thank you. Councillor Hergert then, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I was looking for some more specific wording to the point of identifiable, tangible. Like when we talk about legislation, we often read that if there is an application submitted to the building department, legally we have X number of days. And so I think we should try and make that commitment to our public. And we've talked about this several times. We talk about, is it a complaint? Well, a complaint actually has the form. The inquiry part or the I want to address council part doesn't necessarily. So I am obviously looking for the entire customer service strategy, and I understand that'll be out there, but I am looking for the February 16th. I would be looking for identifiable, tangible changes that can happen in the 1 month, in the now. And then to Councillor Hamilton, yeah, what resources do we need for the 3 month out and the 5 month and so on? We really need to make a change in how we do business. And I appreciate that Faye has stuck by us for this duration. And I'll also applaud Councillor Shea for his tenacity to bring this forward to council. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Thank you for identifying Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Shea in that. So with that, Councillor Townsend and Councillor Hamilton, are you satisfied with the wording of your motion, or based on what Councillor Hergert said, is there any modification to your motion? I'll begin with Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I did make a note that I was looking for that the report could outline improvements that we could achieve immediately, in addition to having a timeline for next steps and resources. So thank you, Councillor Hergert. I think perhaps we could add that to the motion, that the report outlines improvements that we can achieve immediately. If Clerk Scharbach's able to work that into her writing of the motion.
So we'll wait for Clerk Scharbach to modify your motion. I will ask the clerk to read it, confirm you're fine with the Councillor Hamilton, and then I'll go to Councillor Townsend as a seconder to confirm.
Thank you.
Seek any questions, and if not, I'll call the vote. So we're just waiting on the clerk, please.
Your worship, with the mover and seconder both in agreement, the motion reads that a report be brought forward to the February 16th council meeting, which, let me just go through my scribbles here, outlines improvements that can be achieved immediately to the process of receiving correspondence, including inquiries and complaints, with suggestions for strategies and timelines for further improvements.
Councillor
Does that
Hamilton?
reflect your intention?
Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Clerk, and thank you for the collaboration, Council. I feel very happy with that motion. Thank you.
Councillor Townsend then as a seconder.
I am also happy with what's there.
I am as well. I'm not seeing any other questions on our dashboard. Would that be correct, members of council? Then I am going to call the vote then. All those in favor, please use your red hand for that. I guess if you're not in favor, the X mark, but I will call anyway to you. State your name and how you are voting. So on the motion, Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of the motion. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison, can I just make a suggestion before we continue on with the vote? I don't see the significance of raising our hand. It doesn't do anything, like in terms of the vote. You're going to call our name anyways. So if we use the arrow and the check or the check mark and the X, at least you know that we voted for or against. But we're raising our hand, it doesn't really do anything. So I would suggest that we just don't bother raising our hand when it comes to vote. You just call the vote and call our names. So I'm in favor. Councillor Hutchison's in favor. Sorry for the procrastination there.
No, that's just fine. We'll deal with that after, as we've called the vote, but thank you for drawing the attention to it. So on the motion at hand, Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
And now we go to Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea,
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert,
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend in favor.
That motion carried, and I do want to say unanimously. Okay, so before we go on to the presentation, I wonder, because the individual has been waiting, and that is dealing with our website information. Clerk Sharbeck, to Councillor Hutchinson's point. So what I've been doing is with moving and seconding the raise your hand, but also on the vote, I've also called for a raise the hand and then clarify, standard procedure, because not everyone has audio or video on their computer being utilized for our meetings. Would you suggest a path forward and that we can address and move on with our meeting?
Through you, Your Worship, there's a couple of ways we can streamline the voting process. I'm wondering if we could circle back to this voting process after our presentation.
Okay.
I know that our presenter has been waiting for a little bit, and I'd like the opportunity to have a little bit of feedback on some suggestions about streamlining our voting process. But I think it is timely, and it's a point of order that we can easily revisit after the presentation if that's appropriate.
Wonderful. We'll move ahead with that because I did take that as a point of order, if you will, with Councillor Hutchinson. So it definitely needs to be addressed. I like your suggestion. So let's please move on to 4.2 then, having completed the delegations. And thank you very, very much, Faye Sullivan, for coming forward. And you'll see that this council is committed to improvement. So thank you very much for that, and enjoyed your delegation. 4.2, presentations. We are now on 4.2.1. Daniel Shaw, Project Manager, Technical Specialist of eSolutions. And this is regards to our municipal website overview. Everybody knows that we have a new OADA compliant website. And Daniel Shaw, thank you very much. I do want to say, I do apologize for the timeline. We did have some matters ahead of you, and I do appreciate your diligence in waiting, and we're anticipating your presentation. Welcome, and please begin.
Yeah, no worries at all. Thank you. Yeah, not a problem. So no, I thank you for the opportunity here, Your Worship, and Council to present the website. So we really appreciate the opportunity and appreciated the confidence you put in us to work with your team there to get the new website launched. So yeah, so there's a few things I wanted to cover. Obviously, I'm going to be sharing my screen shortly just to kind of go over some of the features of the website, really high level, just kind of some of the things that it can do and kind of why we think it's working well. But I did want to just talk really quickly just a little bit about the process that we went through to get here and just kind of what some of the objectives were. And I'll start with that first one that you had mentioned, Mayor, and that was to make sure it's accessible. So, best practice has been for a while to make sure your websites are accessible to the AODA compliance. And basically what that means is that if I have visual impairment, I'm using a screen reader, I have a cognitive impairment, that the design's not too overwhelming, all those different types of things, we take those into effect to make sure that it is compliant with AODA. And then on January 1st, 2021, that's when the actual, the legislation really kind of came into play. And you need to make sure your website is compliant. So that was one of the driving factors, obviously, of getting the website redesigned. But there was a couple other ones. One was just ease of use of finding information. So we wanted to make sure that we did that. So we went through a process to do that, providing services for the residents, and providing information that's easy to find. And then just finally was just making sure that the team there at West Grey is able to update this nice and easily. And it's always going to be evolving. And just interesting enough, just from our last topic that was as part of the council meeting, there was some talk of how do you improve communication. How do we make sure people can find that? I think one of the kind of maybe frustrations that Faye Sullivan had there was it was hard to kind of find the process. So this is where you can use the website for that. And I'll kind of show a little bit of how we can do that and how it's kind of an organic and a living document that we're going to want to use. So in terms of the process we went through, we worked with the Jonathan Zettel and Lindsay. So thank you to actually both of them for all their hard work and the rest of the staff to get this launched. And there's a few things we went through to make sure that we were going to be successful. The first one was just looking at your existing website and analyzing what you have, what content you had, what we wanted to move over. Obviously, we didn't want to kind of use the exact same navigation. We wanted to use this as an opportunity to improve that. So we basically kind of look at your existing content and what you have there, and then just rearranged all the different navigation to make sure everything. We looked at all the different content that was on the existing website. So not only where it lived, but the actual words on the page, we'll say, and we went through the process, and that was the single biggest piece that the team at West Grey would have had to work on in terms of this project. And that was just looking at all the existing content, writing it to make sure it's accessible, rewriting it to make sure it's meeting web best practices, right? Like what you might see in more traditional media, you're not going to be seeing on a website. You want to make sure the content is accessible and most important information at the top, and keep it succinct and short. So that was a big piece. So that there was a big content piece with this. And then just finally kind of the design. We wanted to make sure it was reflective, obviously, of the community, and also make sure we're responsive to users' devices, right? Like we're going to look at it on our computers today, or that's where I'll be presenting it. But I'm going to guess people on this meeting and residents are using their tablets, they're using their phones. So we wanted to make sure it's responsive to devices. So what I'm going to do here, and I think I have permission, I'm pretty sure, to share my screen and just go over the site high level. Some of the features. Let me just do this. And can you see my screen okay?
We see a screen. Yes, please proceed.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. So I just want to kind of go over kind of top to bottom what we're seeing here and some of the kind of the things that residents are able to do to communicate with the with staff and council, etc. So, just first right off the bat, I talked about kind of making sure it's not too overwhelming in terms of the design. This is we're really happy with how this design turned out in terms of how it's representative of the community. Beautiful photos that the team was able to provide. So we've got they're very simple in terms of the navigation. We've kept it to 4 different buckets that are going to be kind of reflective of the audiences that are going to be coming in or what they're going to be looking for. So typically what you want to see now is task-based navigation. People are coming to this website pretty much every time to perform a certain task, whether it be get council agendas. How do I speak in front of council? What house taxes? When's garbage, et cetera, right? So we want to make sure that we've got navigation for that, and that's what we see here. So we've got, services that West Grey offers, discover, that's basically things you can do, invest, so that's obviously related to business and economic development, and then government, and that's where that council information is going to be. So a really simplified menu, and we worked hard to make sure that we've got the right information under each one of those menus in a nice visually very clean, but then for usability, easy to find. We also added this I want to menu, which is kind of a conversational way to find that exact same information. So if, I want to speak before council, I want to apply or register. So if I click on this, it's going to give me those options. I want to apply and register for business tender, for building permits, get involved, agendas and minutes, watch council meetings, report to council. And this is where, just, again, kind of speaking to the past delegation or presentation, this is where you might have some of that information here. I want to contact staff. I want to, question about a bylaw, something like that. So that's all there. So everything we're looking at here, the team in West Grey is able to update. So they can add new items, new I want to items. They're able to manage all those things. So just as we go down, a couple other things we want to look at. Nice prominent search right here on the home page. And we use a tool called Cluedo for the search. It does a really nice job in kind of providing results. So I'll just kind of do a test here. So if I search for council, it's going to do what we call a predictive search, meaning it's going to give me options, council meetings, council agendas, but I'll just kind of say, I just want to search here. And then basically what it does is it gives me all the different options for council, and it does a really, really nice job of providing that. So these results are pretty solid, right? So this will take me to the council page. This will take me to watch council meetings, how to speak, agendas, and accountability and transparency. So very relevant results. So if I do that test a few times, by taxes, same thing, right? If I'm type taxes, I'm probably looking for these types of things. So a really nice, robust search, which is very important because we know people are going to be looking for things using the search function. And then just a couple other things here on the home page, just important information related to news and notices and the events calendar. And we have a separate module for the news and notices and for the events calendar. So basically what it does is Jonathan and Lindsay will add those items to those modules, and then it pulls it into the home page here. So this is obviously, looking at this very relevant information that you're going to be looking for. And then just like a call to action here for any kind of specific initiative you're looking at. And then just underneath that, we've got some more calls to action to what we would see as being, very commonly used areas, right? So applications, license, animal services, etc. And part of our process is we would have gone through your existing analytics and kind of had some feedback during our site map session, like what are people going to be looking for? Some of these items might be done kind of, lower tier, upper tier, those types of things. But even if that's the case, we want to make sure that information is there for the users and then footer for that. So that's the home page. Again, just wanted to make sure it was representative of the community and also very clean and not too overwhelming for anybody visiting the site. So a couple of things I just wanted to look at today, and kind of some of the things people are going to be kind of doing when they're coming to the website. One is this news and notices. So people are able to kind of view these different news and notices here that the team is posting. And from here, they're able to kind of click on any one of these and just get a look, click on any one of these and get more information on this. But kind of one of the really nice things with this tool is I'm also able to subscribe. So I can view any of these here, but I can also subscribe to get these news and notices, meaning I don't have to visit the website every time to get this information. I can actually just kind of subscribe and say, okay, I'm interested in news and recreation news and any alerts. And then I just put my name and my first name and email address, and now I'm getting that information pushed out to me. So it's part of it is we want people to come to the website and make sure that information's there. But hey, if we can push that information out to them as well, let's make sure we do that. Then as we go back, we look at I want to just take a look at the calendar module. So we've also got these events pulling in from the module on the homepage. This is obviously, we've got council. I can view the council calendar from here. I can have that exact same functionality that we looked at with the news. I can subscribe and be notified when council meetings are added, when agendas are added, when minutes are added, those types of things. And it's just a nice, easy view where I'm getting everything that I need on this one view. Here's the date. Here's the meeting that is taking place. If we look at today, there's the date, there's the meeting, and then here's all the agendas. Minutes will obviously be posted when it's when those are complete. So just a nice, easy spot to view all the events that are happening, and then also an easy spot to view to download all those documents that are associated with it. And then we obviously have a calendar of events for more community type events, which I know at this point aren't probably not quite as active there, given kind of the environment we're in, but that's gonna at some point will change. So there's also this community event, so different things that are happening around the community, with the ability for the public to submit their own event if they would like to be included, which obviously goes through council approval. So there's like the news and calendar. Those are probably things people are looking at a lot. And then just one other item, again, in terms of we don't want it just to be a piece of one-way communication. We've got this report a concern form, which allows residents to go and kind of report a concern if they've got it, whatever it might be. And this might have been where kind of maybe that bylaw issue could have been put in, pothole, street light out, flooding, things like that. You can take a picture and upload that. But this is where people are able to go and report any concerns they would have around the community. And now this is using what's called our form builder tool. And with that form builder tool, you can create any type of form you want. This is one example of a report of concern, but you can create a form around building permit and applications. You can build something for maybe more specific to a bylaw question or complaint. But any type of form that you might be accepting now via like as a PDF, you can create an online form and process for that. And then just lastly, just if we gotta kind of want to look at any of these pages in here, just want to kind of, maybe we can pick one, we'll pick the campgrounds page, for example, just to kind of show that we're trying to keep these really nice and clean, not too overwhelming. So we've kind of got this nice clean page. We brought the image size down, but kept a nice image up the top. Again, with the search central, if people want to use that functionality, but just really short and concise. This one we're using what's called our accordion module, so we can kind of fit all kinds of information on one page without people having to click in and out. But just we're, the team there, one of the kind of the mandates we also had was just like make sure everything is clean and really concise, which you're seeing here. So that's just a really high level, a little bit about the process. The team at West Grey has been fully trained on the content management system. So moving forward, there's changes that have we've seen here. Like when we launched the site, this image on the homepage was a beautiful autumn setting. now that that's been updated to be more reflective of the season, and spring that'll change again. So pretty much everything on this website, staff is able to change. So it just makes it really easy to make sure that everything's always up to date. People are getting the latest information. So that's high level on kind of the process we went through to make sure we were successful. Some of the things the website does, obviously, we could, I could easily be here for a couple more hours. I don't want to, subject anybody to that, but yeah, I thought if there's any other questions, or if there is questions, then we can certainly answer those or look at some specific items.
Well, thank you, Daniel Shaw. Very much appreciated the presentation on our new website. And I'm wondering if, let me see, I'm just going to pull up participants on my screen so that I can identify if a member of council has a question. And I do see there are a couple. So one moment as I just get my participants list. Beginning with Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchison here. Thank you for the presentation. It's something that I need to spend more time on, because the few times that I've been there, I ran into a couple issues, and I wanted to express those to you. One was, is there any opportunity to do a home button? I know you were flipping back to the home, but is there an opportunity to have a home page button or something on there? Because other than using, I don't know how you did it, presume you used the back arrow to get back to the beginning. I found that a little bit awkward in that you can't just quickly go back to the beginning.
Okay, yeah. So in terms of kind of the navigation, yeah, that's certainly something that can be updated in terms of either adding a home button, or, I mean, to get back, I would have either hit the back button or I would have hit the West Grey logo, and that's always going to take you home, hitting the West Grey logo. But in terms of adding navigation items, 100% yes. Yeah, okay. Well, again, some of this is experience and getting in there and using it. The difficult part is for our clientele or our public to know, to find that complaint area or the report area. That it's just getting everyone used to it. I guess and maybe we need to do some workshops or something to help people out. The other thing that I miss on this website that we had in the old one is maps. Maps of if I want to look at where the trails, where the parks, where the bridges in West Grey. I haven't found any yet. Are there maps on this website? So that content does exist here. So it could be broken out a little bit differently. So it could be under Parks Recreation. There's a section there for campgrounds. So those things do exist now. There's a few options there, Councillor. I mean, one, it could just be in the content now, and then there's also option if you want to go with more of a map view. So I'm not sure if that's what you're looking for, but that is certainly an option as well, almost like a facility type map, which would allow you to kind of maybe have everything on one screen. So yeah, if we look here, here's kind of parks and playgrounds, which kind of, I'm not sure if this is kind of what you're referring to, but so two things. One is the information. Is this the information you're looking for? And if the answer is yes, then we would, and this, like I mentioned, this is kind of a living document, or to a certain degree, for lack of a better term. So if the answer is, you couldn't find it, then okay, how do we change that, right? Like, if this is the content you're looking for, do we need to look at what we call it, right? Like, we try to keep the language to be for kind of for the public, and so that might be something to look at. But this I don't know if this is the content you were looking for.
Well, I'm thinking more of the visual. Like, I'm a bit of a visual guy, so and especially people with cell phones these days. Like, I want to know some information on Allen Park, which is in West Grey. It's one of our conservation area. Where is it? And so I'm looking for a map. So where do I find a map that shows me where it is? Okay. Yeah. So that's certainly something that can be added. But I'll just say, and this is and we have the same challenge with a number of our clients on a few different fronts. Is I mentioned accessibility at the start of the presentation, and it's I'll be honest, it's a bit of a balancing act on kind of on what you can do, right? So if we're talking a map, which is maybe not GIS or Google Maps or something like this, like a static image or of a map or something like that, it becomes tough on how do you make that accessible, because a screen reader can't read a map. So then you'd have to look at alternative formats and things like that. So I guess two things. One is maps can certainly be added.
like a static type map, or you can look at something that's a little bit more dynamic, where you can kind of zoom in and out. It's going to use Google or something like that. And then we would just want to, work and make sure, hey, what's the alternative format for this? Whether it's just be a page, maybe this is the alternative format, what I'm looking at right now with like, okay, we've got the map that lists everything out with the locations, but we also have this text-based version, which a screen reader could.
Well, personally, I like to see like a static map. Lots of times when I'm reading things, I'll refer back to my 1973 map of West Grey or whatever it was, the old map that I have copies of. So I think it's neat to be able to have a map that just shows all the things in West Grey. So some kind of static map, but also, there could be opportunities to put links in there, right? As you mentioned, to Google Maps or whatever. So if we're looking for a particular park, there could be a link there to Google Maps and it takes you to that park. So just something to think about in terms of, usability.
Okay,
thank you.
Sure. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation. This is very helpful. I'm just going to repeat a complaint that I've made numerous times since we got this new website, just for your benefit. Bear with me, everyone. I know you've all heard this a million times. When we went to this new website, a number of documents that were on our old website disappeared. These were documents that were very, very important to me as a councillor and to citizens. These included old agendas and old minutes of meetings. And when I'm doing research on, the history of legislation that has been passed in West Grey, I need those documents. They're now gone because they're not AODA compliant. And we made an AODA compliant website. And the way that we made it AODA compliant was by deleting most of the content that I found most useful, including Councillor Hutchinson's maps. So I just want to say that's not what I thought the spirit of the AODA was, not to take things away, but to make things more accessible. I'm going to leave that issue aside. I'm just mentioning that for your edification. I don't know if you've heard that comment before. I had a number of questions. One, for example, like you showed a complaint form, and since you showed it, I've been looking for it, and I can't find it. How did you get it? And why can't I find it? Am I just overlooking it, or?
So the way I'll start with how I found it, and that was, I want to report a concern. And that's how I got it. And I mean, that's kind of the reason for that menu that I want to. It's kind of like a conversational way to find it. Now, if you're not finding it, then again, this is kind of what I mentioned to Councillor Hutchison, is like, do we want to kind of take a look at this and see, okay, are there other ways that we can have people get this? Because what we know is not everybody's looking for information the same way. Like, I might use a traditional menu, you might use the search, somebody else might use that I want to. So if it's not in one of those others, if it's only in there I want to and you're not finding it, then okay, maybe we need to find a way to add it to the maybe the services menu or something like that. So
is that the only place that it is?
I'd have to look.
All the other things in there, I want to, agendas and minutes, bids and tenders, building permits, they can be found in other ways. So the first time I looked at the I want to menu, I recognized, oh, I know all these things. So I never went back to the I want to menu. I always went via other methods to get to building permits or bids and tenders. Okay, so
I'll be honest with you, I can't say 100% sure if it's in any of the other verticals. What I can do is I can, if I take it offline with Jonathan and Lindsay, we can kind of just review, is it in any of those other spots? So if I go to, it might be on the, it might be on one of the other pages. If we go to contact us, maybe it's there.
Okay, so you recognize my issue.
Yep, totally.
So when you talked about this I want to menu, you said, I want to, it's a conversation. You might say, I want to contact staff. I might want to present to council. Those aren't there. Why did you give those examples if they're not there? Like, shouldn't, it's not a very fulfilling conversation.
Well, again, so I'll say so contact is here. So contact under, if I go into government, contact us is here.
Oh,
if
yeah,
I go down, if I like, just for this example, for contacting staff, if I go to the footer, which a lot of the times in footers, you're going to see that's typically where I'll go because that's kind of best practice. The contact is there, but then it's just another way to, and if I search, I should get the results.
My point was that you said when you introduced the I want to section that you would go, I want to contact staff. That was the example you gave.
Okay.
And it's not in there. So maybe we should put it
in.
Oh,
I see. Okay, I'm sorry. I kind of misunderstood the question. Yeah. So, what, like, why don't we have it in there? No, why? Okay. Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. So, I mean, kind of as part of the process, I mean, it wasn't added in there probably because it was under government and also down under part of, part of the footer. But yeah, I mean, that's certainly something that could be added in at any point in time. I mean, this I want to menu can be expanded out. I mean, it's kind of depends on the content you're going to have on there. But right now we've only got the 2 columns, like get involved, apply and register, but that you can add another column that might be related to communication with staff and then all the different ways for that. So one might be, I want to contact, and then under that you would have several other, council, staff, maybe by department, something like that. So I mean, quite honestly, kind of as part of the site map process, that wasn't identified. But I mean, it's an item now that we're kind of seeing now that as people are looking for, so we can add it at any time.
If there's as few things in there in the I want to section as there are now, I would suggest maybe we don't need that section. But I'm going to leave that because I do have a couple of bigger issues. We have some big projects going on in the municipality. We've just started developing a new police station. We're just in the process of doing our annual budget. So there are projects that are going to take, in the budget's going to take a few months. The police station is going to take a couple of years. Is there an opportunity to have sections in our website for special projects that would sort of emerge, be there, and then disappear or go into some archival section down the road?
Right. So the answer to that would be yes. So I'll answer that a couple of ways. One would be, so the staff there is able to add that content to the website. So that would be, they can add pages, they can add that information. So maybe if up here in government, there's going to be a section called special projects, and then you'd be able to kind of add that into this area and then list those out on that page. So that is one thing that could happen, is you can create the pages, then add it to the menu here. In terms of archiving, yes, you could then create an archive section, or you could just remove them from the site once you're done. It'd be entirely up to you. And then down below, it could be the type of thing that could be added if it kind of warrants it. And the one thing with the homepage, it's always tough, like what needs to go on the homepage and what is the most important, and that's probably everybody's got a different answer to that. So I'll just say, if there are special projects, that is something that could also be added to the homepage here. So there is this opportunity down here for these calls to action, which can be updated or added to, or there's a spot here, or it could be added to the news and notices. So to answer your question, yes, 100% that content be added, and then there's a few different ways you could kind of draw attention to it and get people to that content.
If I could ask one final thing, or make one more observation.
Yes.
Sure. I don't mean to hog the mic here. I noticed I subscribe to the emails, and a lot of times when I get an email, it'll say click here for more information, and I'll click and it'll go to this website, and it'll be the exact same information that I just got in the email. So I find that kind of, I don't like that it says click here for more information and there isn't more information. Or it's kind of like here, if I click on, what was the example? I think libraries. No, libraries is pretty good. Yeah, so I just thought that those email notifications weren't as strong as they might be. Pardon me. And now I'm just going to reveal that I was the person who first designed West Grey's website 15 years ago. So I'm going to get wonky for a second. We use the domain name westgrey.com. Should we register westgrey.ca? And just so that we have it, and could it also point to the exact same address in case somebody assumes our website is westgrey.ca? And I'll end my questioning there. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. No. Great questions. And so the answer would be yes. I would register westgrey.ca, and yes, it could be pointed to this website. So westgrey.com would be kind of the main website, and that's what would show up in the URL up in the address bar. But West Grey would just be forwarded over to this one here.
Thank you.
And Yep, and just if I could just comment just quickly on and because I know this does come up with a number of our clients, and just it's a tough one, and you know the legislation is just kind of came into order on January 1st, so there was some wiggle room for some time, and that's just I 100% hear what you're saying with those archived agenda or whatever we want to term them, those agendas and minutes, but the reality is, and it's pretty black and white, is at this point. Any like documents that are on your website need to be accessible to AODA. Now, there was a period in time where it was, you know, putting a statement such as, you know, if you need this, we understand that these may not be accessible, but if you need it in a accessible format, please contact and then provide the contact information. We'll give it to you in alternative format. But as of right now, the documents need to be accessible, which is, yeah. So we have clients kind of, you know, we've had clients wipe out all past ones. We've had clients kind of only go back a year or so, but it's certainly kind of a bit of a balancing act, and it definitely got a little bit tougher on January 1st.
Anything further, Councillor Shea?
No, I'm good for now. Thank you.
Thank you. These have been all good questions from members of council, and I do know that staff are listening, and I'm hoping that a list is being created in terms of additional suggestions and improvements that have been discussed here today. With that, Councillor Herger, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I do have a lot of the same concerns as Councillor Shea has already raised, so I'll keep it brief. The library of documents, let's call that, are those completely gone, or are they still in some online fashion that could be accessed?
Daniel Shaw, do you know the answer to that, or is that
I'm going to be honest, Mayor and Councillor. Since the site's gone live and since the AODA compliance has kind of come into effect, I would probably defer to either Jonathan or Lindsay just to see. I don't want to make sure I'm giving kind of the wrong information in terms of those documents. But I'll say this: if they were not accessible, then I would think that they would have been taken down, because I know that was a big piece.
Councillor Herger, shall we get the answer to your question through Madam CAO first at this time?
I would like an answer to that question. It doesn't have to be right now, but I would like that before we finish this presentation. So just in the matter of time, I'd like to ask Daniel another question. Oh, well, actually, this maybe is another one for staff too, is who do the report a concern go to? Who is that directed to? And that'll be another staff one. So my question for Mr. Shaw would be, metrics of traffic, is that something that our staff are able to gauge? How many people went there for a building permit? How many people booked online for an arena? Those type of metrics?
Right, great question. So I'll answer the first one, and if Jonathan or Lindsay or staff wants to kind of jump in on those that report a concern. So the way it's set up is you saw the list of different concerns, whether it be report a dead animal or street laid out, etc. Basically, the way the form builder tool works is you can set it up that if it is street light out, send it to this person. If it is a bylaw complaint, send it to this person, with the ability to have it go to one central person as well. So maybe it goes to whoever's in charge of that item, but also emails Jonathan, Lindsay, or just so they've got a copy as well, just in case. So it gets emailed out to the appropriate person that's going to be looking after it, but then it also gets stored in what's the form builder tool. It gets stored in that in Min as well, because we know email's pretty reliable, but from time to time we've probably all missed emails or gone to junk or something like that. So it is also stored in the admin as a backup. And then what was part two of the question?
Metrics of traffic.
Yep. Great question. I love that one too. So we're big on that one. So metrics. So there's two metrics that the team can get. So one is it's integrated into Google Analytics. So Google Analytics tracks all those different things that you had mentioned. So in terms of who's going to the pages, what pages are they going to, how long are they staying on them? That's really high level. What are the bounce rates, meaning what pages are they going to and not visiting anything else? What pages are people entering on? What search terms are people using? How are they referred, maybe through your Facebook or through Twitter or through some of the media? So all that is gauged. And then the second piece is I had shown that tool, the search tool. It's called Cluedo. There's metrics available through that as well on how people are searching. So you can see what are the most popular searches, what words are people spelling wrong, what searches didn't provide results, what searches were ineffective, meaning they searched for something, but then they didn't click on anything. So it just gives you a kind of a little bit of a window on, hey, what are people looking for? So you can go in and say, okay, for the last month, there's been a lot of people searching for this one item. Is it on the site? Is the search effective? And then if it's not on the site, it's an opportunity to make sure, like say, okay, hey, we probably need to add this content in. Or if they're not finding it, might be an opportunity to say, okay, well, why is nobody clicking on these results, or they're getting ineffective results? We need to make some changes. So that's where you can update it. So those two things are tracked.
I appreciate that very much, Mr. Shaw. Yeah, it sounds like, what would be the best practice on that? It sounds like that's exactly what I was talking about. What would be the best practice for staff to review that and come up and say, oh, you know what, that bylaw has been searched 500 times in the last, summer pools or whatever, right? What would be the best practice for that review and update? Is that monthly? Is that quarterly? What does that look like?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, in a perfect world, I would say it would be monthly that you could take a look at that. But I think, a lot of our clients do like what we'd call quarterly reports, where they'll kind of gauge all that information on a quarterly basis. But so that would be the timing. And then secondly, the one thing about analytics is only kind of gives you a part of the picture, right? So, it would be just a matter of looking what's happening. So for example, I mentioned something called bounce rate. So that basically a bounce rate means they visited a page and they didn't visit anything else. So on the surface, you think, well, there's a problem. They're not looking at other things. So, but the flip side of that could be, well, they found what they were looking for, so why would they need to? So it's one of those things where you look at what's happening, go look at the page, and then make an assessment. And then with the search, it would be like, okay, everybody is spelling this word wrong. There's tools within the search that says if they're spelling it wrong, here's what the proper spelling is. You're not going to tell them that. You're basically going to correct it for them. It'll say, looks like you meant this, or you can direct them to a specific page, something like that. So in terms of the timing, I mean, ideally it would be once a month, but I would say most of our clients are going quarterly. And then the actions you take, it's just going to depend on what it is.
And I have one last question. It was discussed about maps. I agree and concur with Councillor Hutchison that I actually am more of a visual person. I really like the mapping. Now, to that point, we have Grey County GIS mapping, and I believe that West Grey gets an annual allotment of time. And how could we embed that well, not Google, I guess that one's the Grey County GIS mapping. How could we have a click on there for that GIS mapping? There's been a lot of input into that map, and I think it's very current. It may not be AODA, but it wouldn't be exactly on our website alone either, right? So the county would have accessibility requirements, and they're still populating out this Grey County GIS. So how do we connect these two websites, especially in particular for the mapping part?
Right, yeah, and GIS is a very powerful tool. I think probably everybody on this call realizes that. So much data you can put in there, so many different layers, etc. With GIS mapping, typically what we'll do is we'll make the recommendation just to link out to the county website, only because the other thing with GIS is that it doesn't work well when you're embedding it into another website. It just makes the user experience really tough. You're going to iframe it in what's called an iframe, and the window is going to be smaller. So we would usually recommend that you would link out to that, and then you'd probably work with the county where they can create, like, I'm not a GIS expert by any means, but I know they can create different layers and different maps that would be specific for West Grey only. So that would be an option. And then one of the other options would be to go more the Google Maps route. And we didn't implement it at this phase of the project, but we do have a tool that some of our other clients are using Google Maps. And the reason being, I'll be totally honest, is Google Maps is what most people are familiar with and are comfortable using. GIS, which like extremely powerful, so many things you can do, but sometimes people can be a little bit intimidated by that. So that's why we have that Google Maps option, which if we want to take a look at during our meeting right now, we certainly can. But that's also an option where it's basically a Google map where you can filter it out. It'll show all the different parks and trails and whatever you want to show, to be honest, community centers, libraries. It's all customizable about what you want to have. And then basically you can just filter it out, say, okay, show me parks only, show me campsites only, and then it'll filter it out and show it all on that map.
And to that point, Mr. Shaw, we actually have already at the county have all this wealth of information that people have been feeding into that mapping system. So in an effort to reduce the duplicativeness of making another map, I think we should find a way to incorporate the map, either one on your recommendation, Google or the GIS. But I think that we should have some mapping on our website that really leads to that other content. And I don't know how best to facilitate that. But I do have one last, I thought it was my last, I apologize. It relates to the mapping. Is there an opportunity to use geofencing from West Grey? Like, can we utilize the geofencing to capture the audience? Is that possible with our website?
So geofencing, I'm familiar with that term, but I'll be honest with you, it's kind of, it's.
Okay, so this is, the geofencing is where basically someone comes into West Grey, and because of their ping off of a tower, we know that they're in West Grey, and we offer them our website with all of our services, It's like a click away kind of thing.
Yeah. So that is, just because of like things like privacy, that's a little bit tougher to do. So we have, there are other ways to do that. There certainly is. But there's usually a couple barriers that come up with that one. And I'm not trying to kind of put barriers or anything like that. So I'll say, yes, that opportunity is available. But it kind of comes down to what are people going to allow you to send to them, and what kind of permissions do you have that information to send to them? And sometimes getting that permission can be tough. So it certainly is something that can be done. The other thing is, this is a website, it's not a mobile app, so that kind of adds another layer of to that one. And again, I'm not trying to put up barriers or anything like that, but when you get into things like that, we've probably already done this on a website or on our phone. It'll ask you, would you like X to be able to use your current location? So then you have to say yes before you're able to send them anything, right? So, and if you're like me, you probably go 50% of the time no, and 50% of the time yes. But I think that's a great idea, right? Like any idea you can kind of have to bring more people to the website or provide this information, I think is important.
I think frequently people that live in Durham, Neustadt, Ayton, don't typically think of West Grey all the time. And especially people that are traveling through on our Highway 6, it might be a bit more to get them to the website being called West Grey instead of Durham, Ontario, right? So I'm just, trying to understand the identity part as well. Thank you very much for the time, and I appreciate council's time as well with my inquiries. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Hergert. And I know there were some other questions, and I'm going to ask that Madam CAO, with the help of Jonathan Zettel or Lindsay Glazier, provide a response to those other questions, so that that's information for all of council. All right, Councillor Shea, I see your hand up, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Very briefly, I assume these websites are built using modules, and that you then build other websites for other municipalities using the same modules. Are there modules that we haven't opted for that you think are great and you'd like to try and pitch us?
Yeah, well, I appreciate that question, Council. Yeah, so there certainly are. So I had mentioned that facilities module, which allows you to kind of have that Google mapping. So that's a great tool to kind of get a visual on where all those different items are. Something else that we're just kind of most recently launching, and is something called our Citizen Portal. We're just launching it for the City of Kitchener. And that is more related to online services and, performing a lot of these services online. So whether it be paying for a dog license, whether it be paying for a bird permit, those are relatively simple, or maybe something more complex like a building permit. So those services are certainly available, those are things that we're kind of just getting into offering. It has things like parking. There's all kinds of different things we can do with those online services. And then, and then in terms of other modules, there's so many. We've got something called City Services, which is something that's a lot more visual in terms of kind of outlining what services you might look after versus, others, that type of thing. So there's a pretty big, again, I'll talk all day just if you let me. But there's a pretty big laundry list. And this is typically how these things roll out. It's like, okay, we need to get this new website out. It needed to be responsive so it shows properly on a mobile device. We need it to be accessible. Okay, that's done. Let's exhale, and then let's take on the next phase of the navigation improvements we might have talked about. And then, yeah, some of those other different modules. And then, something else, and one of the tools you have, I mentioned that form builder tool. That's something that the team has done a great job of creating some online forms already. That's something you already have. That's something we see a lot gets rolled out as more time's available. So that it's not like that paper process anymore. But yeah, I would say, Councillor, that citizen portal is where we're really seeing people going. They want to do a lot of these things online, and then that facilities module and some stuff related to parking as well.
Okay, terrific. Thank you.
Yep, of course.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just one question. I heard you mention app, and I just didn't know if making apps is within the sphere of what you do. And if you do, if you could just touch upon, are apps relevant for municipalities? Is this something we should be looking at, or does the website fulfill all our online needs? Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So we do have an app called Pink Street, and we've rolled that out to, I'm not even sure, probably over 30 municipalities across Ontario and some out west. So that's basically, just if we're kind of just quickly distinct the difference. A mobile app is something that you download to your phone, and would be called like a native app, meaning I've downloaded it, I can open it up, and there's certain things that there's some advantages to that, having an app, because now you can take advantage of the user's camera if they want to report a problem, take a photo. You can take advantage of their location. So if they've taken that photo, you can see exactly where that problem is. And then if things like notifications, emergency notifications, and go through the app. And then what we've got here is what's called a responsive website, meaning it's responding to the user's device. So if I'm on my mobile phone, I'm getting that full experience. So to answer your question, I would probably just kind of say, what kind of information do you want to push out, and would you like people to use? And then it's a good decision if a mobile app is going to be a good decision, right? The one I'll say, kind of maybe disadvantage of a mobile app is people have to download it first. So I would say first, make sure your site is responsive to the user's device. So if I'm just coming in through to westgrey.com on my phone, it is responsive and it'll look optimized for my device. And then if you're looking at other different services, then an app is nice. Because like I said, so geolocation. So I can if I open up, I live in Kitchener. Kitchener has Pink Street. I open it up and it'll show me who my counselor is. It knows where I am, so it knows who my counselor is. It knows when my garbage day is. It knows what items are around me. But we're expanding that out right now. I'd mentioned that citizen portal to really kind of include that information, but again, expand it out so that you can kind of take care of some of the tasks and business through the app as well. So I guess to answer your question, yes, we do apps. I always just look at it, okay, what do you want it to do? And then, kind of weigh some of the pluses and minuses of going that route.
Good. Anything further, Councillor?
No, thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Okay. Well, thank you, Daniel Shaw. I'm not seeing any other members of council. I'm going to take it as a training session, not only for our members of council, but anybody that was viewing in. And certainly this is a recorded meeting, so there is opportunity to view this and have other training. I expect we'll have you back, Daniel Shaw, when there's additional improvements on this and some of the suggestions that our council has made. I know that staff were recording. I do see Madam CAO's hand up, and then Councillor Hutchinson. If there's nobody further after that, we'll conclude this session with a thank you, but not just yet. And I do want to talk to council about next step, whether it's a quick recess. I do want to acknowledge comment period, but we'll deal with that following the conclusion of the questions on this presentation. So Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Daniel. First of all, thank you very much for your time this morning. I learned a few things as well, so I think it was time well invested. I appreciate that. I just wanted to circle back to Councillor Herger's, I believe it was Councillor Herger's question about or maybe it was Councillor Shea, about the old documents on the website, and if they're gone. They are not gone. They are housed on our server, and staff are in the process of working on more of them to make them accessible so that they can be reposted. You won't find them on the internet because they're not accessible, but they have been secured on our server. So I just wanted to give that answer and some comfort. And with that, I will Mute myself. Thank you very much.
Okay, Madam CEO, thank you for that comment. I did see Councillor Hutchinson's hand up, but I don't see it any longer.
I'm good.
I'm not, you're good? Okay, yes, you are. Okay, so with that, shall I say, Daniel Shaw, thank you very much for the detailed presentation. It certainly is a wonderful website. We need to continue to learn more about it. There certainly is other options as we grow and enhance our services here for our community, but anybody visiting from other communities. So thank you very much. I know it's a constant improvement with what we're doing here for communication. So I very much appreciate your time and hope to see you again at one of our presentations. So thank you.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Your Worship and Council. And I'll just kind of close it up with thanks for the opportunity. And also I'll follow up. We had some great suggestions here on the call, so I'll follow up with Jonathan and Lindsay and staff just on some of those and how we can move those forward.
We very much appreciate that. Thank you for
Right, thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
for the follow through. Thank you. Okay, members of council, we've completed our presentations. Now, the next item on the agenda is a closed session, and you would have that closed session agenda. Couple things I want to know from you is, are you looking for, it is on my phone, 11:21. Would you like a quick, maybe 10-minute break? I'm just going to suggest it. And then we move on to item 5. My only other caution or inquiry to you is with that, we've got comment period a little later on the item, which is after the closed session, just matters arising. Anyway, it comes after the closed session. You'll see a little. So I'm just looking for comments. Are you wishing a break? And then when we come back, we will start with the closed session, or what's the approach? Councillor Hergert, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to adjust that so that we can have the comment period prior to council moving into closed session, if the majority would agree with that. I'd just like to hear any comment, if there is comment, and then we could move into our close, please.
Yeah, that's you're addressing my concern too, because we've had a few hours now on the agenda, and then we're going to go into closed session, and we always are cognizant of our citizens. So what I'm going to suggest is, if everyone's okay with a break, we'll have, if everybody would like a 10-minute break, because let's face it, 10 minutes really is the amount of time you need. But on Councillor Hergert's suggestion, I'm going to ask for a seconder on that. So Councillor Hergert, are you moving that we move the comment period up following our break and prior to the closed session, or how would you like to word that?
Yes, just an amendment of the agenda and moving the comment period ahead of closed session. Yes, thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. And I would look for a seconder to that effect. And would that be Councillor Shea as the seconder?
Councillor Shea, I'll second that.
Okay, so Clerk Scharback, could you please read the motion at hand?
Your Worship, I have moved by Councillor Hergert and seconded by Councillor Shea that the order of business be amended to move the comment period ahead of closed session.
Okay, Councillor Hergert, are you fine with the language?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea also? Councillor
Shea, yes.
Any questions on that? All those in favor? Okay, so that was the other thing. I'm going to just go on the procedure. All those in favor indicate with a hand up, if not an X, but I am going to call your name and you could clarify. We still will deal with Councillor Hutchinson's inquiry, but I'm going to suggest we do that after we will have a 10-minute break, and I'll talk further after the motion has been addressed. All those in favor of the motion indicate with a raised hand mark, an X mark, and as I call your name. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of the motion. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
And Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson, in favor.
That motion does carry. Now, members of council, a 10-minute break, which would bring us back at 11:35. Is everybody okay with that? I'm not seeing anybody adamantly opposed. So we will come back at 11:35 after a short recess. Then when we come back, we'll deal with the comment period. And then we'll go into closed session, and then we'll deal with matters arising. And then perhaps at that time we can address with how we're dealing with the calling the question, and that will give an opportunity for the clerk to also suggest that. That's the pathway forward, unless anybody wants to deal with that order a little differently. But at this point, I'll see you at 11:35, all members, and to anybody viewing in. Thank you. So appreciated the 10-minute break, very well deserved. We are now going to deal with item 8, which is the comment period. So with that, Supervisor Hewlett, could you please identify the features with regard to that? And then I'm going to ask you, have there been any emails submitted or chat, or is anybody online to comment at this time?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Members of the public wishing to make a comment during this time may do so in a variety of ways. The first would be by raising your hand. If you have joined us over the phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand, alternatively *9 to lower your hand. If you have joined us using the online meeting Zoom software, you can raise your hand by clicking the hand icon, usually located in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Alternatively, you can also send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, and I can read it on your behalf. At this time, Mayor Robinson, I am seeing one member of the public wishing to comment by the name of Jim Magwood. I can unmute them at your request.
Yes, of course. Good morning, Jim Magwood. How are you? And please ask your or state your comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Mayor Robinson and members of West Grey Council. As mentioned, my name is Jim Magwood, and I'd like to thank you on behalf of the Magwood family for a few moments of your time. The reason for my comment this morning is in regard to a special meeting yesterday called by the town of Hanover. This meeting was with regard to...
Excuse me, Jim. I just want to confirm through our clerk and our procedural bylaw that we're only dealing with items germane to comments germane to today's agenda. So there may be, I'm just going to have that clarification procedurally, but there will be other opportunities. First, Clerk Sharback, please.
Thank you through you, Your Worship. Thank you for joining us today, Mr. Magwood. I do appreciate that you have some comments to share, perhaps some concerns related to the Hanover special meeting. Unfortunately, our comment period only allows for comment directly related to our agenda items, but I'm wondering if it's something that we could connect directly after the meeting and find a good way to get your concerns before council, perhaps through correspondence or a delegation.
And Clerk Sharback, could you please restate that there was a bit of audio issues? So, and then I do appreciate you assisting Mr. Magwood in being able to come before council at the appropriate time. But could you just restate that as per our your comments, please?
Sure.
And thank you, Jim. It's good to see you.
Is that a little bit clearer?
Yes, and thank you.
Okay, I'll try that again. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Magwood. I understand that you have comments and possibly concerns regarding the Hanover special meeting. Unfortunately, our comment period only allows for comments directly related to our agenda items today. I'm wondering if we could connect after the meeting and find a way to better get your concerns, your comments before this council, perhaps correspondence via letter or email, or even perhaps attend as a delegation to a future meeting. Would that either one of those help, or could we sort that out after the meeting?
Yes, thank you. I should rephrase myself a bit. My comments were not in regard to anything raised at the Hanover meeting at all. It was the issue that has been ongoing between Hanover and West Grey. And my only object today was to state our well-known position about it. If there's a more appropriate time to do that, I am most receptive to addressing it at that time.
Well, thank you. And I do appreciate that Clerk Sharback will connect with you. And Jim, I'm very pleased that you've come before council. So we will get that coordinated for you. And rest assured, our clerk will be in contact with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll see you again.
Yes.
Okay. I do want to go to Supervisor Hewlett, but prior to that, Councilor Herger, please. I just note your hand up, Councilor Herger.
Yes, I was curious, does our clerk allow for a suspension of the rules? Does our procedure bylaw allow for that at this time? So we could enable a constituent to actually just meet with their council?
Clerk Sharback?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. That's a good question, Councillor Herger. And at this time, our procedural bylaw does allow for suspension of the rules. However, that's perhaps a far greater step than is necessary. It certainly, the procedural bylaw sets out our rules, and there is that option. But within the bounds of the procedural bylaw, it is council's meeting, and it's council's rules, that it's council decision or perhaps the ruling of the mayor to proceed on a point of order, or possibly allow an exception, such as allowing Mr. Magwood to make a brief statement that or he may wish to make a more fulsome statement at a meeting where that item is on the agenda as well. It's entirely council's purview.
So Councillor Hergert and members of council, I do like the fact that when the comment, and this is food for thought for all of us, the comment period is germane to the agenda. That way, if any citizen wishes to listen in or choose not to, they know that what's on the agenda and what will be discussed. And certainly Mr. Magwood will be entitled to speak on an upcoming agenda, but at least other members of our community through transparency will know that there is a potential for any item on the agenda to have a comment on it. So that's why I like the significance of the comment period. Okay. Oh yes, Councillor Herger.
If I may, Madam Mayor, I would
Yes.
move a motion to suspend with the rules to allow, just because of the timeliness of our constituents' comments. I just would like to hear those.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding that motion?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Any questions on the motion at hand? All those in favor, please indicate with a check. All those in favor, I will be calling your name, but if you're able to do so, to raise your hand as a check mark or an X mark. I will begin. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of that motion. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, no.
And Councillor Hutchinson. Councillor Hutchinson.
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry, in favor. Councillor Hutchinson.
So that motion does carry. Supervisor Hewlett, yes, I'm seeing Mr. Magwood on the line. So as a result, Clerk Sharback, with the suspension of the rules, is it now appropriate for me to call Jim Magwood forward? Clerk Sharback.
Through your worship, yes, that would be basically what the resolution just said.
Thank you. Hello, Jim Magwood. We've had a course correction, if you will, through the procedural bylaw. Would you like to state your question or actually state your comment, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Robinson. I will be very brief here. I just wanted to address the council. This is an issue that's very important to the Magwood family. Many of you may not be aware, or all of you may be aware, that the Magwood family owns considerable amount of property along the eastern boundary of the town of Hanover in the municipality of West Grey. During the past 45 or more years, the Magwoods have consistently refused to allow or consider development of their prime farmland for any sort of development. It is not for sale, and it is not for development purposes, as much today as it was 45 years ago. During this time period, Magwoods have received support from many of West Grey's councils and councillors, and before that, the support of the Township of Bendick. For this, we have been very grateful. I believe it is a fair statement that some members of the current West Grey Council have limited experience or information about our continuing struggle to prevent development of our lands. And indeed, some members of West Grey staff have never had the opportunity to become familiar with this issue and how important it is to the Magwoods. Because it is impossible for me to provide that information right now, I am asking if there is any interest from council members and staff for a meeting to provide understanding of the issues, both historic and current, surrounding the growth plans of Hanover in relation to West Grey. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Members of, I'm going to suggest that that we welcome that opportunity to have the meeting. I'm just going to suggest that Clerk Sharbuck, is that just in terms of procedure, to have the meeting, would that undertake it as a delegation, or just provide some context by which as an option for members of council, so that we can determine if they all wish to move ahead in the majority. Okay. I like the suggestion, Mr. Magwood, but Clerk Sharbuck, please.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. If it is the wish of council, then staff would be very happy to work with you, Mr. Magwood, to find the right format, whether that's through a delegation, and if that's a delegation that might be an open session, or what the parameters exactly of it are, we could work out, or if there was some other format that we could figure out for timelines in a council meeting. It's at the will of council. So council, if there's no objection, I would like to follow up with Mr. Magwood following today's meeting.
Wonderful. And I'm wondering if you're also suggesting that we have a motion of such a nature on this, Clerk Sharbuck.
Through you, Worship. I believe if I'm scheduling a delegation, it would be the same as any delegation process. That is just a process through the clerk's office. That's easy to sort out on our end. If council wishes, it may be, I would like the flexibility to work with Mr. Magwood to know if this is more of a presentation, if it's a 10-minute delegation, just what exactly we're looking at, so we schedule it on the right agenda.
That sounds wonderful. I'm not, at this point, are there any members of council in objecting to that? I'm looking. Councillor Hoogard, I see your hand up, please.
I'm not objecting. I'm inquiring just about the timeline. Would we have this meeting in the next month? Would we have this meeting in the next 2 months? Just a timeline. And from the clerk's office, I don't know what we have on the schedule for upcoming. So I'm willing for staff input, please.
Clerk Sharbuck, but I also see Madam CAO. So first,
Through
Clerk
you,
Sharbuck.
Your Worship, I'm not sure what is on our upcoming agendas for delegations without looking at that specifically. But I would certainly work with Mr. Magwood to find the best meeting that suits where we have availability on the agenda and that also suits his schedule. The same as any delegation request that comes forward.
Thank you for that. Madam CAO, please.
And thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to all of council. You will be, I know that you are aware that there is a staff meeting on Friday. Coming out of that meeting, I will be following up with council, and that may help us shape our next steps. And perhaps Mr. Mag would be a part of that as well. So I'll work with the clerk, and we will have this before you sooner rather than later.
Okay, members of council, any, I'm going to go the opposite. Is there any objection to this taking place? So I'm not seeing any physical hands or the hands raised. All right, so that is our pathway forward. And Jim Magwood, thank you very much for coming forward. I'm very pleased that council permitted you to speak, and that's wonderful. So we will, through the clerk's office, connect with you and speak with you again. And it is wonderful to see you. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
So with that, Supervisor Hewlett, is there anybody else that wishes to speak on comment period?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. At this time, I am not seeing any member of the public wishing to speak. Just doing a quick review of the dashboard, as well as I have not received any questions via the chat.
Thank you. You read my mind. I was going to double check on that as well. So you're not seeing anybody else online that wishes to comment?
That is correct.
Okay, well, thank you. So, Madam Clerk, I seem to have questions for you today, and that's just fine because procedurally I want clarity for council and for citizens, so that's why I'm asking this. Earlier on, Councillor Hutchinson had an inquiry with regard to how we're going to vote, and I'm wondering, I think this is very good time. I don't want to keep moving that down any further, should council agree with me. Would you be able just to comment on maybe a more streamlined approach? And then let's see if council's in agreement. And when we have that, then I'm going to suggest then we go in camera. Okay, Clerk Sherbeck.
Okay, through you, Your Worship. I'll just be very brief. There is a couple of options for moving forward with a little bit of a streamlined voting process. There is, of course, a recorded vote, which is led by myself, and I would call out each member's names looking for a yes or a no. I think with the video, it's becoming a little bit redundant to have every vote. It's not a recorded vote, but it's going through a very similar process and sometimes a lengthy process. And I would suggest that if we need to make this fair for everybody, so if a member or more than one member is attending by audio only, and in the name of transparency for members of the public who are attending perhaps by audio only, we do need to give a clear picture of what's happening in our virtual council chambers. But I would suggest that if a member is not calling for a recorded vote, individual names, they aren't part of the decision. It's the body of council that makes the decision. It's a majority or it's not. So I would suggest perhaps a show of hands. Perhaps when you call the vote, you could say, could I see a show of hands for those in favor? Or a show of hands for those against. And I would say, as an example, if Councillor Hamilton was joining by audio only, if you called for a show of hands for those in favor of the motion, you could say to her and all members of the public as well, I'm seeing 4 hands raised. How do you vote, Councillor Hamilton? And then she is not at a disadvantage by everybody else seeing the vote but her. And then she can say, I vote yes or no. So that's transparent for all the members and the rest of, and members of the public as well. And I'm wondering for the general motions, if that process might streamline, or if it's something we could try out maybe for the rest of today's meeting and see how it goes. Just a thought.
Thank you. And before I go to Councillor Townsend, who I see his hand raised on the dashboard, when Clerk Sharbuck, when you're suggesting, could I see a show of hands for all those in favor? You're speaking physical hands raised or the blue hand raised on the dashboard? Just for clarity, please.
Through you, Your Worship, I think it needs to be both, because I see sometimes when I raise my hand, I can see it in the video with the virtual background, and sometimes I cannot. So that won't provide the same clarity as just clicking the hand. A show of hands. And
a show of hands.
Click the hand. So that hand that we click in the reactions, I guess is what it's called now, is very clear for anybody watching. And now that it shows up right on your picture, it's much easier to see it. How you can have a quick glance and know there's 4 or no, there's 2, as opposed to scrolling through the list of names. So I think this is a good improvement with the hand showing on our picture.
So a click on the hand raised as well as a physical hand raise, or is it
I wouldn't even click on the hand raised.
Okay. And then before I go to Councillor Townsend, to move a motion and second a motion, the same click on the blue hand raise. Are you suggesting for that as well?
I'm suggesting yes. If you would raise your hand in a meeting, we would look across the room and see each other's hands raised or not. So in our virtual meeting, if we could do a little bit more in line with that more natural process, only this time, instead of raising your physical hand, that sometimes is difficult to see in the video, if we click the hand, and then as chair, you could say, Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion? Or, sorry, Councillor Townsend, I'm just using you for an example because I see your hand up.
So that's very good. And as we've evolved from just having audio only, and now we've got audio video, so that we have an opportunity to streamline as we move along. So with that, I'm going to ask council members if they're in agreement with that. I do want to go first to Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a question about our process earlier. We suspended the rules and allowed Mr. Magwood to speak, but I didn't know if there was any action we had to take afterwards. I couldn't remember the exact wording that was there, and if it said only to allow Mr. Magwood to speak, I assume that was okay. I just wanted to double check that.
Clerk Sharbuck.
Through your worship, yes, Councillor Townsend, that is correct. The suspension of the rules was very, very specific. So it was one little rule that was suspended, not the whole kit caboodle.
Yeah, thank you. I thought that. I just wanted to make sure that that was fine and we weren't doing anything that would be contrary to the procedure bylaw.
You are correct, and we're right back on track with our procedural bylaw. Thank you.
Very good. And we're just dealing with what I'm calling as the point of order from Councillor Hutchinson earlier inquiry. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, so I'm fine with that. I think that clarifies, I think it'll speed the process up, because before, when we put our hand up and then we were asked individually how we voted, there was no significance to the hand. Whereas now the hand will represent our vote and you don't have to ask us individually. So I think that's a good move to speed things up a little bit. Thank you.
Okay. Is everybody else good with that? I'm not seeing any other issues, so we've got the pathway forward. Thank you for the thumbs up that I am seeing. So good, we've got that ironed out. From now, members of council, we are on item number 5, and that is closed session. Clerk Sharbuck, could you please read the recommendation at hand?
Through your worship, the recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey does now go into a closed session at 11:59 a.m. with the CAO, Deputy Clerk, the Chief Building Official, and Police Chief for the purpose of addressing matters pertaining to the security of property of the municipality or local board, personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees, and proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board.
Is there a mover for this motion? If so, please raise your hand. I see Deputy Mayor Tom Hutchinson moving the motion. Is there a seconder? I see Councillor Hergert seconding the motion. questions with regard to the motion at hand? All those in favor? All members of council have voted in favor of this. Motion carried. Clerk Sharbeck, is that a good streamline so far?
I think so.
Okay, very good.
So
now
that was
we
a
are-
good trial run.
Yeah, and it worked. All right, so now we are going into closed session in the breakout room. Please ensure that your room, where you are as a member of council, is contained to you only. We'll see you in the breakout room. Thank you.
Sorry, if I may, Clerk Sharbeck. Our,
Sorry, yes, Cody?
is Director Mighton and CBO Shipwreck in closed as well, sorry?
The CBO is yes, and yes, Carrie will be in as well for
Okay.
the IT piece. Sorry about
perfect.
that.
Thank you.
Clerk Sharbeck, could you please tell me when we are ready to go with our in-camera session that we're secured with members of council and those staff that are
For a break. Lunch.
Hello, everyone. Clerk Sharbeck, could you just do a quick check with me to ensure that all members of council are here? I count 5, 7. I'm looking for Councillor Shea.
Oh, sorry. I just
Yes.
lost my screen. I believe everybody's here. I know for
Yes.
sure. 6 are, yeah.
Yep, I see all members of council. So we are going right away to item number 6, which is matters arising from the closed session. So I would like to report that in closed session, the council will address matters pertaining to the security of the property of the municipality or local board, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality. Also, Director of Finance and Treasurer, Carrie Mighton, joined our closed session and direction was given to staff. There was nothing further to report. Thank you for that. Now, I'm wondering, members of council, before I go on to item 7, and I'm just going to pull up my dashboard before I ask the question. We do have quite a bit more on the agenda. Is council interested in a lunch break? And I'm going to suggest perhaps a half an hour. That seems to be most reasonable. It balances out the staff time and certainly our time. And I'm seeing a lot of enthusiasm for that. So what? Can we come back at 5 minutes after 2? Would that be okay with everybody? I'm just looking, I'm seeing yeses. So we stand in recess. Clerk Sharbeck, I don't need a motion to this respect. If I just, council is in agreement that we just recess for lunch. Return back at 2:05.
Oh, okay, through your worship, are you saying recess for lunch at 1:40 p.m.?
Yes, and then return at 2:05? Or actually 10 after now that you say it like that. 10 after 2?
Okay, so yeah, we're in recess.
Okay, members of council, please turn off your mic and your video and we will see you at 2:10 p.m. Thank you. Enjoy lunch. Hi there. It is 2:10 p.m. Clerk Scharbeck, and everybody, all members of council and staff, welcome back, as well as anybody listening in from the public. We've had our lunch break, so I'm calling our meeting back to order. Within that, Clerk Scharbeck, could you just confirm that we have all members of council? I'm seeing everybody, but a double check on your behalf would be really great.
Yes, Mayor, we're all here.
Thank you. And we do have the staff that we require to proceed.
I believe we do. Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you as well. All right, well, welcome back, everyone. I hope it was an enjoyable lunch for each and every one of you. So we have, we've completed the rise and report. We are now on item 7, public meetings. That would be an NA for this particular agenda. We have already completed item 8. So we are now on item 9, adoption of minutes. And with that, Clerk Scharbeck, could you please read the recommendation?
Through you, Your Worship. Just before I read the recommendation, I will note that the minutes in your package have had a couple of minor corrections made to them. So just so you realize, the December 15th minutes, in section 18, new business, Councillor Hergert had referred to Schedule 30 of Bill 229. The minutes said Schedule 9. So that correction has been made. I think that number 9 just got heard and that was it. And I have removed mention of Councillor Hamilton stating that she would bring forward a notice of motion. There's some conversation, but she did not imply intent to bring forward a notice of motion. So with those 2 small amendments, I just wanted you to be aware that the recommendation is that council adopts the minutes of both public meetings of December 1st, 2020, the special council meetings of December 8th and 15th, 2020, and January 5th, 2021 as circulated, and the minutes of the regular council meeting of December 15th as amended.
Thank you. I'm looking for a motion, a mover of the motion. Councillor Hamilton, moving the motion.
Councillor Hamilton, I move the motion.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson as the seconder of the motion.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the minutes that are listed on our agenda under item 9? Seeing none. All those in favor indicate with a check mark. Pardon me, with a raised hand. 1. All members of council have raised their hand to approve the motion. Motion carried. Thank you. I will take my hand mark off. We are now moving on to item number 10, and that is committee and council, committee local board minutes and reports. There is a list on your agenda with all the committee minutes, and you'll see in each line, sometimes there are more than 1 minute meeting minutes listed on there. And I will, before I ask the Clerk Scharbeck to read the recommendation, this is the suitable time if any member of council has a report on any of your committees or boards that that you belong to. I am going to start, if I might, and to let you know that other device here. Okay, thank you. All right, so I do want to say that at Grey County Council and Grey County Committee of the Whole, that was January 14th, there was a Living on Main Street report. It was a student project. It dovetails into local community improvement plans, many recommendations and considerations, a good report overall, and it will be circulated to the lower tiers. Heads up to our CAO and our Economic Development Committee, and I know that is comprised of our council representation of Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, Councillor Townsend and Councillor Hutchinson on that, as well as CAO Johnston and our committee citizen appointments. It's one of those reports that I hope is shared through the to the Chamber of Commerce and Downtown BIA, as well as Grey County a Long-Term Care Redevelopment Task Force has been established, and I'd like to say that I am on that. A correspondence from the Municipality of West Grey with regard to accessible vehicles on Grey Road 4, Flesherton to Walkerton transit route. You will recall certainly Councillor Shea, who is the appointed member and our council representation on the accessibility committee. There was a recommendation from accessibility and council addressed that. Correspondence was put on the January 14th meeting. And I'm hoping that the correspondence was also circulated to our local accessibility committee. So if that hasn't occurred, I certainly hope that it does, just for their information and follow through that it was done. Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority is holding their annual meeting this Friday at 1 p.m. I want to make sure I have that time correct. Yes, I do. It is Zoom. There are a number of items, but I do want to draw attention to SVCA permit application review fee linear servicing projects. So that's on the agenda. And certainly I gave a heads up to our staff about that one for a discussion. Linear projects, fiber optic, cable, underground, etc. So that's before us. And that's all I have to say. At least I feel I'm comprehensive enough on that for reports coming forward. Thank you for indulging me. There's a lot of activity. Members of council, is there anyone else that would like to report out on their committees or boards that they are a part of? Councillor Hergert, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The Elm Fire Board has not met other than for budget. And so I just want to update and say, budget will be coming forward and we will see the results of the last meeting. That's all I have to report on that one.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson, excuse me, the BIA had a meeting, Durham BIA had a meeting just the other night and last week actually, and they decided that they weren't going to do Frazzle Fest this year. So there won't be anything involved there. It's sort of a difficult time and challenging to do. So, otherwise I think they're happy with the snow removal. Hopefully that continues on and everything else is fairly quiet right now, especially with the COVID situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of things on the library board. We have a public meeting tomorrow to talk about the Elmwood Resource Center. And all the notifications have gone out and we did use social media and whatever to get it out as well. And try to make sure that as many people know about it as possible. We have had comments back. It'll be an interesting meeting to say the least. On the economic development front, we had an absolutely amazing meeting, I believe, with county folks as a kickoff to our strategic planning activity. And there was lots of information shared, and I'll say most of it was from the county to us, educating us, giving us a foundation, and even somewhat of a direction based on what they've done and some of the information they have available that they'll begin to share. And so we've now kicked that off and it's going forward in a very positive way. And on the traffic safety working group, I know we have our initiatives that we've already presented to council and approved. It's also the trick of more will be coming. There's a few others that need a bit more detail before we get there. And Director Zawinski is involved in that and was extremely supportive and helpful in our last meeting, as he always is. And so much so I was so impressed I had to share his contribution to the CAO because I thought it was excellent the way he supported the group. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very nice of you, by the way. I'm going to say there's nobody else. I'm just going to invite Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. Deputy Mayor, do you want to just advise members of council with regard to the 1% regarding the affordable housing that came out of recommendation from Committee of the Whole? Do you want to deal with that, or do you want me to quickly say it? I just thought I'd give you an opportunity.
Well, it was thank you. This is Deputy Mayor Hutch. It was a recommendation, but I don't think it's set in stone because we still got to go through the budget process. So I don't know if it's worth us indulging, getting into it, but if you want to elaborate on it, I thought we were going to wait until we got through the budget process and then we could discuss it. But
okay, and that's fair.
That's yours. I was going to just put my hand up real quick there, Mayor Robinson, just
go ahead.
Let everyone know that the plans for the snowbirds with the SMA, they're well on their way. There's lots of little things going on, but it is confirmed June 22nd. So I know the airport board is looking at all kinds of different ways on how we can capitalize on this. There's certain restrictions obviously in place, but we're looking to hopefully get some funding or earn some revenue to kind of help out with the cost of running it. Thank you.
Thank you. And just in regards to one other item on that I was referred to, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, was from the Affordable Housing Committee at Grey County. They've just put a recommendation that 1% be considered for affordable housing in budget. All has to go through budget deliberations, but there's just a report that was on Committee of the Whole that you can find on the agenda. All right, having said that, Councillor Hergert, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor Robinson. Thanks for bringing that report forward from the county regarding the master planning class. I believe it was from the University of Toronto that looked and reviewed the official plans for Grey County, for all of us lower tier, as well as our zoning bylaws, to see if there was some room for economic development through a change, right? A quick change or some sort of streamlining changes, maybe between municipalities and so on. And I did find that that in those recommendations that were put forward by the planning report there, Scott Taylor spoke to a recommendation that I will speak to later in this meeting regarding changing the vacant commercial tax rate. Yep. And so I do appreciate that you've brought it forward to us, because there's the connection between the county, what they're doing and their planning and what they've got queued up for reporting, and we're able to utilize those recommendations at our lower tier, and we're able to do that today. So thank you for making that connection, Mayor Robinson.
Oh, well, thank you as well, Councillor Hergert. And often it's either myself or another member of County Council that asks that if it's not included in the recommendation from staff, that we ask that items be circulated to the lower tiers. And I have to tell you, I really like the flow of information on with item 10, committee and local board minutes and reports. This is something that we did through mayor and council members communication, but this is a really nice flow as well. Okay, and we note that your notices of motion is coming later on the agenda. Members of council, is there anybody else that wishes to add anything with regard to their respective appointed boards or committees? All right, seeing none, Clerk Sherbeck, would you please read the motion at hand with regard to item number 10 here, please?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that minutes and reports of committees and boards are hereby received.
A mover of this motion, please, if you'd be so inclined. Councillor Hamilton, you're moving the motion?
Councillor Hamilton, I move the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, you are seconding the motion?
Councillor Hutchinson seconds the motion, yes.
Thank you. Any questions on the motion at hand? Seeing none, all those in favor, please utilize your raised hand. Those opposed, I will call that question following this. All members of council have voted in favor of this motion, so that motion is carried. Thank you very much. You could clear your dashboard, be most appreciated. We are now on item 11, miscellaneous correspondence. So the first one, item 11.1, items for information. 11.1.1 Ministry of Energy, Northern Development and Mines, Regulation 355/17. Is there, members of council, is there anything on this one or on 11.1.2? Town of Carlton Place, COVID-19 childcare funding? Or 11.1.3, Bob and Frankie Astley, thank you, re-street lights. So with that, I'm going to first take Councillor Hamilton's hand up and then go for the motion. Clerk Sharbeck, would that be the approach, just to pull items out at this point? Perfect. Okay, Councillor Hamilton, please.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'd like 11.1.2 Town of Carlton Place. Excuse me, to for a motion of support on the next council agenda. So I'd just be looking, am I following the right process?
Yes.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Yep, and we will have a motion of, or a resolution of support to be included on the next agenda. Often comes in notice of motion section, or not often, that's where we will find it. Clerk Sharbeck, am I needing a mover and seconder, or just because we pulled it out and we'll tidy this up under the overall umbrella motion coming up in a moment?
Through you, Your Worship, I think Councillor Hamilton was very clear, and I think it works really well if there's a piece of information that council would like to support, to give notice that they'd like a recommendation of support on the next agenda. And it gives us time to word our own motion of support to be West Grey's perspective on things. So this is perfect, and I don't need a motion to add it to the next meeting.
Thank you very much. I like the clarity on this. Councillor Hamilton, is there anything further? Okay, so with that, I'm going to ask Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the recommendation at hand?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that all correspondence items not otherwise dealt with are hereby received.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, as the mover of the motion, correct?
That's correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I'll second the motion.
All right, any questions? All those in favor indicate with your check mark, and I will deal with opposed if necessary following this. All members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. Okay. Now we are moving on to item 12, routine department reports, NA, for this particular agenda. Item 13, future committee meetings. So members of council, I just want to identify that the West Grey Police Services Board is scheduling a meeting for February 1st to be determined, but it potentially would be 9 a.m. So I just want to add that. Is there any other future meetings that need to be added here? Okay, or any corrections to what is posted? Okay, fair enough. Then we will move on to item 14, communications from mayor and members of council. I'll just begin. I'm very pleased to say this, and that is 446 families were supported by the West Grey Police Service 2020 Food and Toy Drive. So thank you to everyone that donated. That is all I have to say at this point. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. It's Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. Not a lot to report on. January is it's an absolutely filled month full of committee and board meetings that I serve on. There's lots of good energy coming out and lots of great ideas because everybody's starting to think a little bit differently due to the pandemic. And other than that, I think along with my colleagues, we got a busy month ahead of us with budget meetings. I've got not just this one, I also have the county and the SVCA. So it's going to be a month full of math. Other than that, we're staying healthy and safe here, and I hope the rest of the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. No comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson, no, nothing to report, just staying home and staying healthy.
Well, thank you for doing that. Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wonder if we could possibly adapt this procedure a little bit. Instead of calling on each member to present, maybe we could just raise our hands if we had something to present.
That's a great idea. And you read my mind. That would actually be really great. So I will incorporate that the next time, but I just want to follow through on this one. And thank you for the suggestion. And
Sure.
it's very similar to the county. So thank you. Anyway, Councillor Shea, do you have anything to report?
Not really, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hergert.
I would like to say that yesterday I attended a meeting and it was just in an informal participatory listening capacity. To that end, it was a Town of Hanover Council meeting. And in there, I would encourage all of council to go and review that if you were not able to participate. It's about a 2-hour long meeting, maybe just shy of 2 hours. First off, I would say that I'm quite looking forward to staff bringing us some sort of report. I would look for more diplomatic language to be used. The language that was used yesterday during the meeting was highly inflammatory and somewhat antagonistic, but I know that our council and staff will be above that and use diplomatic and friendly language towards our neighbors. So I just wanted to advise that I had participated just in a listening capacity, but I imagine that will be online for everyone's review. Secondly, the Heritage Walkway Bridge this year is a big fundraising year. So if there's any spare cash or if you would like to leave some sort of legacy to the community, that is in the process of being redeveloped and fundraised for at this point. So to get a hold of Carrie Mighton is our treasurer on this end, or to get a hold of a West Grey Durham Lions member to support that great initiative that helps build our community. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I also attended that meeting, and their consultants were very positive about win-win and working together, et cetera. I was really pleased to hear that as well. So we had a couple of themes going on. More importantly, I was pleased that Mr. Magwood, showed up this morning to express his position to us and not rely on us to figure it out. Although I think it was pretty clear from whatever we read. So or heard. Sorry. So used to reading so much in the last few days, I'm getting confused. But it really was to listen, as Councillor Herger said, and it was very good to put those two together. So I look forward to hearing more on that. And that was my only update. Thank you.
Well, thank you as well. So now we're going to move on to item 15, business arising from the previous meeting. Clerk Sherback, is there any?
Your Worship, there were no unfinished items from the last agenda, so there are no.
Thank you.
No business items.
Item 16 then, staff reports. 16.1, Director of Finance, Treasurer. 16.1.1, approval of accounts. Clerk Sherback, could you please read the recommendation?
Through you, Your Worship. The recommendation is the council approve voucher number 23-2020 in the amount of $1,752,650.21. Voucher number 24-2020 in the amount of $360,177.11, and voucher number 1-2021 in the amount of $174,497.80.
Is there a mover for this motion? I see that Councillor Hutchinson is moving this motion, and as a seconder, Councillor Shea. So, Director Mighton, do you have anything to add before I open this up for questions should members of council have them?
Nothing further than the report, just noting the couple of large capital purchases, the grader and the fire truck that did arrive in 2020. So those are included in the accounts presented.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, maybe not so much a question as something I wanted, a point I wanted to raise was I think it's on page 102, there was quite a substantial charge to a resident for cleanup, property standards cleanup in Ayton. And I just wanted to mention that amount, which is over $7,000, will be charged back to the resident for that job. So just a reminder that if we do have to go in and clean up properties, that that charge does go back to the resident rather than the municipality covering the cost. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity. Members of council, is there any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. All members of council have voted in favor of this motion, so the motion is carried. We have a second report from our Director of Finance and Treasurer, this being 16.1.2, 2021 capital budget approval, 2021 capital budget project approval. Clerk Sherbeck, could you please read the recommendation?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that council approves the 2021 capital budget for the Municipality of West Grey to a maximum of 50% of the 2020 budget for the specific project, being Durham and Newstead water well backup system, $24,000.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert is moving this motion and Councillor Townsend is seconding this motion. Director Mighton, do you have anything to add with respect to this report?
Nothing specific, but if there is other details, Director Schwinski can provide further specifics on the requirements for the backup system there. But other than that, I think it's all contained in the report.
Good to know. Members of council, any questions? Seeing none. All those in favor then indicate with a raised hand at this point. All members of council have voted in favor of this motion, so the motion is carried. Thank you. I'm just all right, I'm going to move on to item 16.2, Chief Building Official. 16.2.1, Proposed Police Station Design. So Clerk Sherbeck, I note there are 3 recommendations. I wonder if you could explain why there are 3 recommendations set out and just overall discuss the format of that, please.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. The recommendation is, the question is divided into 3 very straightforward questions. The first one, just to receive the report. And the second one, because this motion to accept the design, there was actually a motion on the floor and it was tabled at a previous meeting, the December 15th meeting. The process requires that we need to vote to bring that back from the table to the floor for discussion. So I would recommend that there be a mover, seconder, and a vote on those first 2 questions, and then a mover and seconder on the 3rd question to allow debate on the actual report itself.
Sounds good. So with that, would you please read the first recommendation?
Recommendation is that the report Proposed Police Station Design, West Grey Police Service, be received.
Is there a mover for this motion? Oh, Councillor Hamilton is moving it, and let me write that down. And Deputy Mayor Hutchinson is seconding it. And now I will call the vote, as the clerk has identified in our process. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. All members of council have voted in favor of this motion, so the motion is carried. Clerk Sherbeck, could you please read the second recommendation?
Through you, Your Worship. The recommendation is that council bring from the table the motion to adopt the design of the proposed West Grey Police Station tabled at the December 15th, 2020 council meeting.
pardon me, is there a mover for this motion? And I see Deputy Mayor Hutchinson is moving this motion and Councillor Townsend is seconding this motion. So I will call the vote. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. I'll deal with that motion first, and I will also call for the those opposed if required. 6, 7. All members of council have voted in favor of this motion, so the motion is carried. Clerk Schoprak, on the third recommendation, as the motion is off the table. The next recommendation, please.
Through you, Worship, the recommendation is that the West Grey West Grey Council adopt the recommendation of the West Grey Ad Hoc Police Building Committee to approve the detailed designs for the future West Grey Police Service Building as prepared by Formworks Inc. architects.
I'll look for a mover and a seconder. And if there is a presentation, questions from members of council, and then I'll call the vote. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you you are moving this motion? Is there a seconder? Councillor Hutchinson, I see, is seconding this motion. Presentation, will this be from CBO Shipwreck? Yes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I will try with video. My internet here is not very good, so if my sound starts cutting out, let me know and I will cancel my video. So we made this presentation to the Ad Hoc Police Building Committee last year. Seems so long ago, but it was really only a month in December. And the presentation was that basically, as per the report, that as discussed, the existing police station for the West Grey Police Services does not meet the needs of our current staff, size-wise, logistics-wise, or legislation-wise. And we really have to start looking at how to replace that. And the council took that initiative last year and proposed to to create a design a new building and to build a new building, and through an RFP process, sorry. Sure what happened there. Hello?
Yes, it's working. Oh, CBO Shipwreck?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. We cannot see you at this point.
Okay, I apologize. Yeah, my internet just quit for some reason there, and then it seems to be back, but I will leave my video off if that's all right, just to make sure my sound comes through.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so as I was saying, through the RFP process, we hired an architect and a project manager to work through the project to design the building. We had a presentation from that architect, and there were some questions came out of that. A proposed design came forward to the Ad Hoc Building Committee. This report, as well as the drawings that you see before you as part of the report. So what we're looking for is just approval from council to move forward with the general design. Right now, the architect working with myself and the police chief, worked through this design, came up with the overall design. And I will be honest, the architect did most of the work. He has the background through previous design of police stations with many renovations and additions as well. He came up with the bulk of the design, worked with the police chief through the flow of the building, what was the best option for, the security of the building, how to transport offenders through the building and those types of things. And also how, the best way for staff to flow in and out of the building. So the police chief and the architect worked on most of that with most of the guidance coming from the architect. They came up with sort of the overall flow and design. the number of staff and the size of the building really came from direction through the RFP, through the number of staff and his experience with, how much room is required for each of those staff members. And then also the legislated requirements for the number of rooms and the size of those spaces and really the ideal, work space. So as you can see by my report, I listed all the rooms and spaces that are required by legislation that, for a police station through the Police Services Act, as well as through the Ontario Building Code. These rooms are required. And then there are some additional supporting rooms and spaces that you would find in any office building where people work on a daily basis, whether it be police or any type of office, office space, washrooms, those types of rooms, obviously the, cleaning spaces, electrical, mechanical rooms, entrance, locker rooms, showers and things. Not every office may need those types of rooms, but obviously for a police station where, they're changing and things like that and showering in the building, they need those rooms. And then also including administration spaces, and office spaces for storage, file storage, photocopiers and those types of rooms. So those rooms are separate. So other than that, the design of the building, the proposed building is approximately 15,000 square feet. It was designed for a staff complement of 24 people with expansion to accommodate 30 members. And then the future expansion space is estimated at 1,900 feet or 1,900 square feet, but that can be adjusted as necessary, through time, and what's decided is needed to be added on, and what types of spaces need to be added on after. Maybe it's office spaces you needed, maybe it's more jail space and those types of things. So it's really, it doesn't have to be decided today. So what we're looking for is just a decision from council to move forward with the general design. And then through the cost consultant and the architect, they would come up with a budget, a basic budget for the minimum building. And then he would also come up with, he would come up with a price that would, include some green energy, some additional items that would, really pay for themselves over the long run. The initial cost of the building may be more, but it would save money in the long run through heating or other types of initiatives. And then he will also present a third budget that would include additional whether it's green energy or solar panels or those types of things that we, again, would cost money, may not pay for themselves in the long run, but would definitely save on the environment and save with energy usage. Other than that, that's all I have. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Well, thank you very much, CBO Shipwreck, for that detail on your presentation. Members of council, are there any questions? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. I'll restart the discussion. I'm going to talk about some administrative things first. The first one is when checking other similar projects, I noticed that the Police Services Board endorsed, approved, however you want to phrase that, the requirements and what was being presented to their council. Did the Police Services Board here do that?
No, we're working through West Grey Council on this. We do from time to time give the updates at the Police Services Board, but we do not have a motion from the or a resolution from the board.
Do you know, as chair of the board, whether they would do that?
We can bring it forward. Certainly, we can put this on the agenda. As we always get, we from time to time give the updates. So we would have to put it on the agenda for the board's consideration. And it would have to be the board, not just me.
No, no.
It would be on the agenda for the board's consideration.
Yeah, exactly. It's more the fact that, and please correct me if I state it incorrectly, but I believe the bottom line is the board sets the sort of the budget and sort of where they want to go and how they operate, if you will. And the municipal role is really funding and the provision of a building.
Yes.
So it means when you talk about the requirements for the police service and their service levels based on what they're seeing and their statistics, et cetera, that is reviewed and I assume is approved by the Police Services Board, not by council. And then the funding comes from council. And any difference in opinion on cost versus service will then be discussed as a result of that kind of process, keeping in mind we can't tell them how to do their job, but we can tell them how much we're willing to pay for it. So here I'm thinking if the requirements match what the police board thinks is the service level and activity that needs to happen, knowing that and having their support, to me would be a great assistance. So that was my first point.
Well, let me respond to that.
Sure.
Yes, certainly we do have reports come out to our West Grey Police Services Board on on this particular build. And we would also report back on this particular item as it's before this West Grey Council now. So our board would be informed of that. But the feedback for the building, as you know, we have Police Chief Martin that is very active in participation in terms of the needs of the station, as well as the requirements through the Police Services Act and our CBO for the building code, etc. So that's the response to that. And I thank you very much for bringing the question forward. Your other questions or further, please?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to make a statement that, based on what you just said. I don't think anyone sitting around this table or anyone in the public, if they saw the conditions and size, for example, it's just one that jumps right at you. How do you fit that many people in that building? It would disagree that we need a police building. So I don't think anyone disagrees with that. And I wanted to make that clear from the comments I make. I'm just trying to do the due diligence on the build itself, not the justification for why you even starting it. We know it has to happen.
Thank you, Councillor. Please proceed. Appreciate your comments.
Okay, the second one was we did an RFP and the difference in the ranges that were provided for estimating costs or the design work and the other services that the company Formworks was hired to do. Basically, the size of the building and the cost, depending on whether you use the low range or the high range, went up by somewhere between 11 and 30%, right? So I'm trying to figure out what caused that significant increase. And I'm more concerned with the size, not the dollars, because the dollars are a formula, right? And I checked that out and that's exactly what it is. So to me, it's more the fact of what caused that increase and why did it go up so much?
Okay, CBO Shipwreck? Or is that a Director Mighton question? But I'll go to you first, CBO Shipwreck.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. That estimate on that RFP really was just a guess based on from staff. I personally don't have a whole lot of experience in police station design. I mean, we took an estimate based on some other buildings and, it's sort of a guess at where we thought it might end up. The architect who did the design is really the one that has the knowledge and the basis of designing the building and figuring out, required sizes. To meet the requirements of the staff, this is the size of the building he believes is adequate. Through some other research after the fact, I would like to say that, speaking with some of these other design and buildings that we looked at, some of the companies or the police stations and police services that built these buildings did indicate that even after the building and they moved in, they realized that, you know, the building that they built was maybe just a little bit too small for what they really wanted to do. And they were regretting after the fact that they probably should have built something bigger from the beginning. Just an observation and a comment that I thought I should share.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Okay, thank you very much. The other thing, again, clarification, and it's more administratively, I'm assuming when we approve the design, we don't approve number of officers now, future, whatever, that's done under a separate process, you know, called budgeting. And that also applies to the cost of the building. However, there is this issue that overhangs us, it's called affordability. And so recognizing that we've purchased land, so we didn't already have it, we are also going to get into a cost perspective. And I do not yet know whether the cost is provided of 400 per square foot also includes the fit out of the actual building. So if not, we have that cost. And I wonder when we look at what that's going to cost us and you see the run out and how it affects the levy, is that affordable or does it affect our ability to provide other services or continue to provide them at the level we're doing that? And that's not to say we won't be able to, I just don't know the answer to the question. And so while we haven't set an exact cost, as CBO Shiprock pointed out, that's coming, but we must have magnitudes because they've been quoted, so we know we can calculate at least a magnitude. And I'm just wondering when that will be available, because what you undertake and even how large you build a building could make a difference on that affordability. So the question is this affordable for West Grey? And if so, how do we know that? Have we done that sort of measure that says, if we spend this amount and we put it over whatever amount of funding, regardless of how that is it going to have a negative or positive or neutral impact to West Grey?
Well, thank you for that. And I do know much of that is in budget deliberations for our council to address, but I'm going to go over to Director Mighton as it is a finance question. Do you care to comment on that?
As far as the costing, that's what we're looking at.
Yeah.
The architect providing us with more firm costs on those three scenarios that the director of building had mentioned, to get us what those actual minimum costs might be. They'll work up that construction cost based on those three scenarios that he mentioned. Then we know we'll come back to council with which options they want us to actually build the RFP towards. So this is kind of getting that layout approved for having the architect work up those more firm construction costs.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
I'm a little concerned by that. I realize it's a budget discussion ultimately, but from a high level, we do know that if we go with this amount, it's going to be around 6.2 million is the guess. So it's a magnitude issue. So let me ask it two different ways. The first one is, does that include the fit out, like all the equipment, furniture, whatever, or does that get added on? Let's start there.
Okay. CBO Shiprock, we'll start with you on a response, and then I might need to go to Director Mike, but I'll start with you, please.
Through you, Your Worship, I don't honestly know the exact answer to that question. I do know that that number, the $400 a square foot that the architect threw out there, that is really just a general ballpark question, or a ballpark budget. It really doesn't, and I understand, for 15,000 square feet, it ends up being 410 or 390. It does change the budget quite a bit. So without that detailed, exact budget, we don't really have a number to throw at, and we have to be careful, if that's 6.2 or whatever we think that number might be. We really don't know. And I understand, through many years in construction, it's not just this type of building, it's any building. When you're proposing to build a new house or anything, or even a garage in your backyard, you have a set number that you want to spend, and then you find out it's more or less, it's always the chicken and the egg, right? Do you come up with a plan and then you find out the budget's too high and now you got to modify the plan? Or do you come up with a budget and you say, well, I got to build a building that meets this budget no matter what? It's a difficult situation, I understand, because you move forward you decide you're going to move forward with this design and you get the budget back, and then you decide later it's too much, and then you got to go back and you're starting over, and it's a time factor. Unfortunately, we have to decide to start somewhere. We all do our best to come up with a plan and a budget that we think will work. And then ultimately down the road, if the budget comes back, maybe it comes back at $450 a square foot and council decides it's too high, or, maybe it comes back at $200 a square foot and we decide later, we could have built a bigger building for the same price. I'm being a little facetious, but it's hard. It really is a tough situation, but ultimately we just do the best we can, and we really have to decide that we got to start somewhere and move forward, and see where it comes back.
Yeah, I appreciate the positive view, CBO Shipwreck. It's you got to keep the positive view going forward. It's just that if we approve the design and you move forward, by the time you get to the cost and the budget formally, you will have already moved ahead on other things, and I'm trying to not redo work, but yet still make it very clear to council that if the fit out is not there, and I'm going to use real easy numbers, let's say we had 1.2 for the land, we have 6.2 for the building, there's 7.4, so we'll make it $1 million to outfit the whole building. Again, the simplicity, it's 8.4 million. What impact does that have when we finance it on our ability to continue, and what plans are in place or needed to be in place to make it affordable if it isn't? So if we can't do it ourselves, we have to look at other sources. Doesn't mean we don't do it, but we should know those very early in the process, and we should know what they are when we're approving the design, because that's the way it flows. That was the only reason for raising it. As I've said earlier, I truly believe we need the building, but I do believe we need to understand the impact of the decision we're making. Anyway, I'm going to leave it at that, Madam Chair, and see if other people have other comments. Thank you.
Yes, well, thank you for that. And we do have other members of council listed to speak. First, Councillor Hamilton, and then Councillor Shea. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I have a question for CBO about, just to confirm the size. Have I got it right that this building is sized for 24 officers and a future addition would make it 30? Or is this building sized for 30 officers? Just seeking that clarity, please.
CBO Shipwreck.
The building has been designed for 24, and with the future expansion would accommodate up to 30.
Okay, thank you. And so can I confirm the current size of our police staffing? Is it 21?
21, but I do see that Chief Martin is on.
Okay.
So I wonder, Chief, would you be able to respond to that, please? Hi, Chief Martin. Did you hear the
Sorry,
question?
I was on mute on another call.
Oh, I appreciate your time on
21
this.
members right now. We also, for emergencies, bring in our 6 auxiliaries. So if everyone was in, even including our volunteers for the public, it would be up to 27. But 21 is our numbers now with our membership and our 1 civilian member.
Thank you. Councillor
Thank you.
Hamilton.
And so when we're building a building that's meant for 24 people, I guess I'm looking for how long will we be able to enjoy this building before we're looking for an addition? So if we have a staff of 21, we wouldn't usually have all 21 in the office. Like, I just want to make sure we don't build so small that we're looking at a reno 5 years from now. Like, that wouldn't be very efficient. So if I could just have some comment about is this the right size building for, well, it must be, this is when you're presenting. So I'm just looking for some comment on staff size in this building. Thank you.
So I'll first go to CBO Shipwreck.
Okay.
And see if there's any other comment from Chief Martin following.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good question. The design of the building really is based on the 24 staff. That was the 24. That was the number that was presented as part of the RFP, and that's the number that the architect used. Now, obviously, the building is not designed, or is not at or wouldn't meet the requirements if all 24 people would have, be in there at the exact same time and all want office space. That's not the way the building is designed, right? Obviously, they take into account that there's shifts and, not everybody's there at the same time, and everybody, a senior staff would have their own office, but, the constables, use a shared workspace, and that's the way the building has been designed.
Thank you. And so, are we still projecting that you wouldn't be looking at an addition for another 10 years?
Yes, that was, again, it was part of the RFP that the expansion would be 10 years out. So they really designed the building to meet that 10-year minimum requirement. And again, there's no way to know exactly how big, the police staff will grow, or West Grey itself would grow and require more staff. But that was sort of the general projection. Was the 10 years for 24 people.
Thank you. I haven't.
Oh, sorry, Councillor. I was also going to go to Chief Martin to see if he wanted to add. Oh, you're quite welcome. Chief Martin, do you have anything to add at this time?
No, Director Shipwreck or Carl answered everything quite well. There won't be an addition needed for a long time. Growth is slow and a tedious process that involves budgeting and going through things. We won't be asking for a massive increase in officers in any time soon. We are looking at a growth plan in this budget in the next few years, but it's not going to take us to the point where we're crammed into this building. If you look at comparable size police services and their long-term plans, a building of this size will do us for a long time into the future without us having to upgrade or grow. We'll have enough room inside, enough storage room, and enough room to do business for a long time.
Great, thank you. That's great. Thank you. I have a bit of an out-of-the-box question for you, for our CBO or our chief. Looking at the washroom shower locker design, my first thought was there consideration to gender neutral design? And what I mean by that is, instead of having our typical male and female lockers and washrooms, that there be fully private single washroom, shower, change room facilities. And a locker space that was shared by all genders, because you wouldn't be changing in the locker room. It would just be for lockup. And I'm thinking in terms of that would respond to no matter what your gender balance is in your force. And also for those who are gender non-conforming, they'd always have a space to utilize. So was there consideration, can there be consideration for a more modern approach to the bathrooms and the showers and the locker room? And if we took that approach, it might also require less space. But that's a question I have for staff. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. To begin, CBO Shipwreck, and then I am going to go to Chief Martin. CBO Shipwreck.
Thank you for the question. There is actually an all gender washroom that would include a change room shower that is separate from the male and female locker rooms. If you were looking at combining the male, female, and that all gender washroom and sort of creating those spaces, to be honest, it would actually take up more space because now you got to create a private space for multiple people. You sort of have to judge how many people would be in that locker room at any one time, and then create enough private spaces for each individual to be there. But you'd also need the room for each individual to have their own locker. It's something we can discuss with the the architect to see, to get his and her thoughts. There's two of them. I don't think there's any legislation either way that would require one way or the other, but it is something that we could look at.
Thank you for that. Chief Martin.
To attempt to answer the question, we did not discuss that with the architect during my conversations with him. The reason being, we live in a world where my officers are directed now to change at the police station rather than traveling in uniform due to some current thoughts and ideas that some people have about police officers in our communities. So they've been directed to change here to avoid having people follow them home simply for a safety issue. They do work out at the station, so they do change in and out in normal police stations. Hopefully ours would be the same as part of the comprehensive wellness program put forth by the Ombudsman into police suicides in the province of Ontario last year. And we do have situations where officers are required to change their uniforms during shifts due to exposure to COVID being one, and other biohazard materials that we do come into contact on a regular basis, requiring them to change out of contaminated clothing and put them into normal clothing. So there is a bit of changing going on. In terms of the showers, my worry would be the increased costs, like Carl said, to have individual stalls rather than a common shower area for each identified gender that is out there. We do have a gender neutral washroom for those people, simply because I think it's important to have it to serve all people in our community. But we don't have those common areas simply because there's a lot of changing going on and a lot of movement going on, and just to avoid any problems that could possibly come up in the future. Hopefully that answers part of your question. I've never been faced with a question like this before, and I'm doing the best that I can.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think that is something I'd like the architect to explore with council's full direction, of course. But I think now's the time to be progressive in how we're building the station. And I recognize that change rooms are required. What I was asking was, could there be fully private change room, bathroom, shower, stalls? I'm not sure how many would be required, if you think 4 or 3 or 5. I don't know. You're the experts in that. And that a locker space be just that, a locker space that all genders or non-gender people can enjoy or utilize. And then that space would be responsive to the gender balance within your force. So whether you have 19 women and 1 man or 20 men and 1 woman, the space would be utilized equitably and everyone would feel safe and comfortable. So it's just a question I had. Regarding the fitness center, I do have concerns about investing in that space. We have a wonderful local gym, and I'd like to see us supporting that gym. And I wonder, perhaps that's just even through a corporate membership of the police force at that gym. And I can say, as a member of that gym, it is really great when there's a couple officers who work out there, and that whole community piece of seeing officers at your grocery store and at your gym, I think that really adds to that community policing. So I'm not supportive of the gym space in particular, but I'll just pin that there too for council. And I'll just ask one more question, and that is, what progress have we made with the Green Municipal Fund, and what information has staff found out, so that when our architects are developing the 3 different levels of costing, they can have that information through that lens, making sure that we'd be, I guess, able to apply for that funding. Thank you.
CBO Shifrak, are you dealing with that? I know the architect, that was part of the RFP. Can you respond to that, or without? I'll start with you first.
Yes, thank you. Since the last meeting, I provided the information that was forwarded to me by a couple of councillors, and I forwarded that information to the architects. I also personally reached out and tried to make contact, and I will admit it was just prior to Christmas through that times, and I haven't heard anything back. So I will make another attempt. But again, it was just prior. I think it was 2 or 3 days prior to the Christmas holidays, and I haven't had a response. But I will try again, and hopefully have more information for the next meeting.
Well, that would be great. And certainly we had a presentation from Mayor Bridge, the Minto Mayor, through FCM. So Councillor, your question is most timely. You still have the mic.
Oh, thank you. I think I'll leave it there for now. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Oh, you're quite welcome. Councillor Shea.
Thank you. And thanks for this this report, Carl. I'd like to support this motion. I intend to support this motion today, but I am a little bit concerned about the sustainable building uptake, both by the architect and by staff generally. We've talked since the beginning of this project, over 2 years, about a goal of having this building be a sustainable building. It was to have been included in the RFP, and it was, but in a very minor way. We were assured that the architects were experienced and expert in this realm, and we've brought it up at numerous meetings since then. And so what I'd like to do is I'd like to move an amendment to the motion. And that amendment would be that this building be LEED certified. So LEED, L-E-E-D, is the organization that oversees rubber stamping and approving buildings that meet certain environmental standards. As I mentioned in several meetings that we've had, several meetings, I would say, the CAO and I did meet with a building project manager for the region of Waterloo, who has built 15 buildings that are LEED certified, and that their estimate is that the cost of getting a building LEED certified is about 1 to 1.5% greater than doing something that just meets building code. And that in their estimation, they say get that back in savings within 3 years. That's not even taking into account becoming eligible for FCM funding. So that could take the 3-year payback even down to perhaps 0. Plus the FCM has, as we learned this morning, has the low percentage rate loans. And if we're looking at a 25 or 30-year loan for this project, even saving a fraction of a percentage point is going to make a big difference. So, so my amendment was very, very straightforward. That this building be LEED certified.
Well, thank you for that, Councillor Shea. And I'm going to call upon Clerk Sharbeck to, well, I guess comment, but also lead us through the amendment to the main motion as well. And I did not mean that as a pun. So Clerk Sharbeck, please.
Your Worship, just for clarification, when we get a seconder for the motion, then it's up for discussion. I have a motion to amend moved by Councillor Shea that the building be LEED certified. However, there are different levels of LEED certification and that change the cost drastically. And some, I guess that was, I just want clarity on to what level, and is that perhaps part of the next step with the architect?
So to clarify, I believe the person we were talking to at Waterloo said that they were using LEED Silver, which is the middle tier.
Right.
I'm recommending the bottom tier, which is called LEED Certified. There's LEED Certified, then there's LEED Silver, and there's LEED Gold. So the most basic LEED certification is what I'm requesting.
Okay.
I'm looking for a seconder. And is that, well, based on the hands, is that Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion or the amending motion? I'm just asking.
Yeah, I could second that, but my understanding was that I was just trying to look back in our proposal there, that there was going to come to us with three proposals with different parts of the pricing. So I thought that was sort of built in there, was it not?
Clerk Sharbuck, go ahead and respond. I see you are.
Through you, Your Worship. Councillor Hutchinson, that was my understanding as well, that once this design was approved, the next step would be the architects can look at how much it would cost to apply sustainable green initiatives to a good, better, best, or whether that's LEED certified, silver and gold standard. I'm not sure how they were wording it, basically 3 different levels for council to choose from. However, with the motion at hand, and perhaps I misunderstand, just for clarity, Councillor Shea, this is that the building be built to a LEED certified standard. And if those 3 good, better, best options come forward to council, still, they would be enhancements to the basic LEED certification. Is that, so we're not doing the same thing, right?
It's possible they're the same thing. I am not at all comfortable with the idea that there will be, a modification to the HVAC that will save us money. I'm not sure that statement, which is what is in the proposal here today, was going to get us anywhere near LEED certification. Maybe it will entirely get us to LEED certification, in which case we're fine. So I'm just trying to establish the minimum bar that we would see for we could go beyond this, and we might already have reached that bar. But I would just like to have an external organization like LEED look at this and say, yes, this is you guys have done a good job, and you've made a building that's long-term sustainable. So I hope that clarifies.
I think it does.
I think so too. But there may be other questions. So we do have a mover and seconder for the amendment, and taking questions on that. And then I'll go to the clerk just to clarify when we call the vote on the amending motion and main motion. Councillor Shea, you still have the mic. Is there anything further?
No, I'm prepared to continue the discussion and vote on the amendment at an appropriate time.
Very good. Thank you. Then Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, so since I second that, I agree that I could go with that. One of the things I would like to see us look into, though, is this Green Municipal Fund. I'd like to research that a bit more, because to see where they come in on terms of the LEED, the whole LEED idea, and what this really means to get funding. So I think we need to research that to go along with this. But I mean, I would like to see us go ahead with a general plan so that our architect or our project people can move ahead. I do want to make one point, just to throw it out there. I thought it was interesting in the plans that the ladies' shower washroom is larger than the men's. And right now, I believe we have more men on our police force than women. So I wondered why they weren't at least equal. But if we're going to look at changing them for any reason, whether it's the gym part of it or the neutral washrooms, that's maybe something to look at. But I did find that sort of peculiar that the women's area was larger than the men's, and the washrooms looked like they were sort of the same. Anyways, just throw that out there. Thank you.
Can you respond?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, just looking at the plan now, that is backwards. I actually put it the opposite way around. It should be 8 should be the male washroom, locker room, shower, and 10 should be the female.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson? Good, thank you for the thumbs up. I see our clerk Sharbuck, you've got your hand up. Please go ahead.
Through Your Worship, just note that we have a motion on the floor, moved and seconded. It's very specific to LEED certification. So the debate should be focused on that until that amendment is voted on, and then we'll go immediately back to the main motion. So the debate should be germane to whichever motion is on the floor. But just so we don't lose track of this amendment to add the LEED piece in.
Absolutely, and very good. Councillor Townsend, is your question or comment with regard to the amendment motion
Yes.
at hand?
Yes, it is.
Go ahead.
I went back and checked, and in the September 15th minutes, in the October 19th minutes from the building committee, which we did accept in the past, it did recommend to align with LEED's 3 certified silver and gold levels. So it did say already that those were the 3 levels and we had to pick one. So I think we've resolved it, but just to make sure that that was also a recommendation of the police building committee as well. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So are there any other questions with regard to the amendment? And if not, Clerk Scharbeck, would you read the amendment? And then I will call the vote on that.
Through your worship, moved by Councillor Shea and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that the motion be amended to add that the building be built to a LEED certified standard.
Thank you. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand, and if need be, I will ask for those opposed. All members of council have voted in favor. That motion carries. Clerk Scharbeck, on to the main motion then.
Through you, your worship, back to the main motion is that council accept the recommendation of the West Grey Ad Hoc Police Building Committee, that council approves the detailed designs for the future West Grey Police Service Building as prepared by Formworks Inc. architects, and that the building be built to a LEED certified standard.
Questions beginning with Councillor Townsend and then Deputy Mayor. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I went back and checked the discussion on the expansion because I recalled it slightly differently. And in the last paragraph on the background and discussion section of the report, and I'll read it specifically, it says, the layout has been designed for a staff complement of 24 with expansion to accommodate up to 30 members. And then the last sentence basically says there is future expansion space at an estimated 1,900 square feet, which is entirely variable depending on the needs of the community and facility. So I'm not sure. I'm assuming it's the same expansion space being referred to in both sentences, but I don't know that for sure. And I'd like to know, is that the expansion up to 30 members or a plus the additional for community and facility, or is it just one space that could do one or the other?
CBO Shipwreck, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm just reading back through the architect's information he sent me just to confirm exactly what they said.
Thank you.
All right, so just to confirm, the space was designed, and you're right, Mr. Councillor Townsend, the space has been designed to accommodate expansion up to 30 members. So the existing space would accommodate expansion up to 30 members. And I'm reading that from the information the architect sent me. So I misspoke earlier. I apologize for that. So the existing space, just to be clear, would accommodate up to 30 members in the 10-year window and beyond, as it indicates in the report. So you're right, the report is correct. I misspoke earlier, so I apologize.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes, just one clarification. So when it refers to there is future expansion space at an estimated 1,900 square feet, that is the same expansion space, correct? There is not two expansions or flexible empty space.
No, that's correct. It's the expansion space that is shown on the proposed site plan by that dashed line on the northeast side of the page.
Super. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yep. That's all, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Hergert, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much to the police and all their efforts, especially over the last year. Nobody could have seen all the extra effort that their department has put out. And for that, I really do want to thank them. When it comes down to a building that we will build for X number of dollars to be determined at this point, I'm also conflicted only by our other needs. Tomorrow night, we're going to talk about Elmwood Resource Center, and we're going to talk about closure. At the same time, we're willing to spend $6+ million on the reactive side of policing. I believe that our efforts could be much better spent on a proactive measure. I was hoping to see some space in this building that would accommodate general community initiatives, especially where we have community policing, we have the toy drive, we do have some great interactions between the police and the community, and really just a space to amplify that. Now, I've also heard a lot of comment from the public saying we've got lots of public buildings. The last thing we need is a public space in this police service. So I am trying to be very respectful of the police. When I inquire about, what's the increase year over year of need in our community, I was able to acquire the 2019 annual report. As we know, 2019 is very different than 2020. I was hoping to substantiate the need in our community for policing based on last year's need, because it does seem to anecdotally seem much higher than previous years. I'm not in agreement with having the gymnasium or the gym there for the police officers. I would appreciate the police to be in our community spaces that we already pay for, that we already provide. I also believe that we need to be cognizant of our annual repayment of any debt that we have. During this meeting, we've closed another bridge. Maybe temporarily. We do have a plan to bring this one back online. However, we have pressing needs in the community that are beyond the police. So while I respect the police and their service completely, I'm also torn between budget and how we pay for everything. So I'm, obviously I want to move this forward. I agree to the LEED certification. That seems like the minimum we could do to reduce our ongoing expenses, 2022 and beyond, even just for electricity and those utilities. But I think we need to do more to cut down on the initial cost. That will be something we have to bear the cost for over the next 20 years. So anything we could do to save on either space, which initially brings that cost down, or if we could get some, grant money. We've talked about this Green Municipal Fund several times. It's somewhat frustrating as a council member that our council has given direction through different avenues at different occasions to the right people, to CAO, to the architect. We have this on the table that we need to find some funding for this, and especially to the point where it is a green initiative. We've just passed that amendment. Where's the money? We really do need to make sure that we are gathering that money up in advance of starting any projects. Usually that is one of the catalysts for being able to achieve a grant, is that we haven't actually spent any money yet. So yes, we have Green Municipal Fund as an option. I would like our CBO there. I would like to provide this direction to staff, and however we do that, appropriately. I believe that we need to have our CBO get a hold of Mr. George Bridge. If the phone number's changed, if the email's changed, whatever it is, make it happen. We really need to have some decision on that Green Municipal Fund funding, grant money, prior to giving a go-ahead for any number of dollars. And listen, I really support the service, and I understand we need a new building, but we also have bridges closed. We also could spend a little more money on the community safety well-being plan diversion of people before they get to police and reactive. So I appreciate the service. I will leave my comments there. I believe that we have already provided direction to staff regarding the Green Municipal Fund. I appreciate Councillor Shea bringing that amendment. It really sets it in stone that this is a priority for this council. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Quite a wholesome conversation. I've just listened to it. I think the gym's kind of an important piece in this building here. These officers come off the road. They're faced with a lot of different things that we don't in our day-to-day. They need a wind down location, and I think tell them they got to go to a municipal or a local gym. Let them have their wind down. It's no different than any professional athlete. Let them have their moment, and to themselves, they got their showers. They can unwind and then go home and hopefully put the day behind them. I'm also looking at this. It's going to be a long-term debt, but it's a long-term asset, and it's certainly going to help the community. It's an investment in the safety of our community. Right now, we're in a difficult position with the condition of our other building, which is fine. We all know that, but I'm looking forward to the growth in the community because we are growing, and I think we need to invest. One is in the frontline people that are making sure we have a safe community. Now, if I may, I would just like to ask CBO a quick question. Is this is approved today? It's the design is what I'm looking at. Just want to get clarity. So we approve this, or this is just a design, and you can come back and you can do adjustments as we go. But we're just basically, it's in theory, I guess is what I'm trying to say. If I could ask that question.
CBO Shipwreck.
Yes, thank you through you, your worship. Yeah, it's a general design, overall size, number of rooms, number of spaces, whether it's the locker spaces, gym, bathroom spaces, things like that, carports. It's really that overall, you can come back and say, we need to move all the rooms around and come back in a similar, it's really the general size of the building. And, you're going to get a price back, and whether it's for lead or others or both. And that at that point, you're going to have to make, council would have to make a decision. Are we going to move forward with this price at this design at this price, or are we going to go back to the drawing table and, try to reduce the size because the price is too high, or, that's the decision. And I know it's, like I said before, it's a difficult position to be in right now because you don't have a set in stone price and you're trying to make a decision. But I mean, really, like I said, we need to start somewhere. And I think this is the best option, as well as the architect and the police chief said is, it's the best option for the criteria that was provided. And if it really comes back and council decides that the price is way too high, we need to decide on, how are we going to accommodate, the same number of staff in a smaller building, or do we look at continue using space in other buildings or other options? But really, if we're trying to get all the staff that we've decided on in this space, this is the size of building that we need. And we need to get a price. And we can't do that without giving some type of direction to the architect.
Deputy Mayor, anything further?
Yeah, thank you for the clarity. So I guess the way I'm looking at this, we've already made a commitment on the land. So that is step one. Step two is what the process or what the recommendation or the proposal in front of us is step two. And I would assume there's quite a few steps to follow with that. But this is just the next step to get us closer to the understanding what the true math is going to be behind it. So I will be supporting the recommendation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you. And I'm not hearing anyone on council saying that they're not supporting the building, but I think we are working towards a due diligence that we can report back to your community that we asked the right questions and got all the answers we need to make a really informed decision. So I'm really looking forward to supporting this today too. I would like to make an amendment that the architects provide a design option and specs for gender inclusive private change room, shower room, bathrooms.
Okay. You are moving that, Councillor Hamilton. I'm looking for a seconder on that. That is Councillor Shea. Okay, and Clerk Sherbet, could you please read the amendment and I will call the vote on that? And then I will, after that, call the vote on the main motion. Clerk Sherbet, could you please read the amendment? Thank you.
Just for clarification, Councillor Hamilton, could you repeat that, your motion, please?
Thank you. That the architects provide a design option and specs for gender inclusive private change room, shower room, bathroom design.
So that the architects provide a design option and specs, like, are you looking for details, specifics for the build, or just the design, to include it in the design?
To include it in the design, thank you. I think there was some concern that it might raise the cost, so I'm not sure how to work that into the motion, but
okay. So let's see, that the architects provide a design option for gender inclusive washroom, change room,
shower,
and shower.
And
with an estimate.
There we go.
Of the impact on costs,
Perfect. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Shea, as the seconder, are you fine with that wording?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I wonder then if everybody's clear on the motion, I will call the question on it. So why don't I do that right now? All those in favor indicate with your raised hand. And if need be, I will call for those opposed. 6. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I see 7. All members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. And now, Clerk Sherbet, could you please read the main motion? And then I'll call the vote on that. Your dashboard, everyone.
Through you, your worship, the main motion, then we are back to that council, West Grey Council hereby approves the recommendation by the West Grey Ad Hoc Police Building Committee. The council approves the detailed designs for the future West Grey Police Service Building as prepared by Formworks Inc. architects, and that the building be built to a LEED certified standard, and that the architects provide a design option for gender inclusive washroom, change room, and shower with an estimate of the impact on cost.
And I will be asking for a recorded vote, Clerk Sherbet, so you'll be managing the call for the vote.
Point of order.
Yes. I just want, Councillor Hergert, I was going to come to you for sure because I saw you, but I wanted, and so I just want to first clarify that I was looking for a recorded vote so the clerk could manage it, and then go to you. So to you, whether it's a question or point of order, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would also like to raise an amendment to the building design for the removal of the gym.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Hamilton is seconding that. Any discussion with regard to that? So I see Councillor Hergert first, please, and then Deputy Mayor Hutchinson after that. Thank you.
just to the points that have already been made, really, is that we have a gym in our community. We would like to see our police at that gym as well. If we need to be creative about, having a security detail at the end of shifts so that we can accommodate that, I think that would be clever and we would all still be able to win. I just think that whatever we can do to reduce the building footprint for extras at this point would allow us the repay back that we're going to feel comfortable with. So anyway, I'll leave my comments there.
Okay, I want to go, before I go to Deputy Mayor, I see Clerk Sherbuck has her hand up, please.
Thank you, through your worship. I missed who seconded that amendment.
That was Councillor Hamilton.
And I wondered if I could interject just one comment about the gym. It isn't really for leisure. It is a significant piece of mental health. And I think the chief could speak in great detail to that. There's been some pretty serious recommendations regarding officer mental health and the opportunity to train in a secure facility, but also to prepare for their use of force training and testing that they have to undergo. So it's a little bit different than just going for a workout. And that's something to consider, and perhaps Chief Martin may be allowed to speak to that as well.
Yes, and I'm going to invite him to do so at this time. Chief Martin, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. For the record, and to put it on the record, I am completely opposed to removing the gym from that building. The gym is not somewhere we're going to be playing in. The gym is a component of our mental health strategy to keep our officers mentally well and physically well. It is geared to maintain their mental health as well as their physical health, with the goal of reducing WSIB claims and premiums for the municipality. Working out in a gym in town, that will preclude the gym being open 24 hours, which it's not. There will be membership fees. If the member does decide to go on his lunch, which is allowed, because it is their time, where do we store the weapons that the officer is going to be carrying? And will council be taking the phone calls from people who are calling there's a police car parked in front of the gym for an hour? Because I know I certainly will be. So there's not much more to say. I can send you the Ombudsman's report, which was already sent to the Police Services Board for review a while ago, that talks about the tie-in between health and mental health. My officers need it. I do thank Madam Clerk for bringing up the fact that we do need to do our annual use of force training, which needs padded rooms for DT scenarios, taser scenarios, hands-on, baton, impact strike weapons, and those types of things. So we will need space to do that. Where we do it, I don't know if we're going to remove a gym. So I'm opposed to that, just making it quite well known. And I think it's very important for the officers to have somewhere to release the energy that's built up and to keep their fitness levels up to serve the town completely and as well as they currently do. Subject to any questions, that's all that I have.
Okay, thank you for that, Chief Martin, very much appreciated. I'm now going to Deputy Mayor Tom Hutchinson on the amendment. That's what we're focusing on here.
Thank you very much, Mayor Robinson. And I think I appreciate what the clerk's statement was and the police chief, and that was going to be part of my comment as part of the mental health. And I just, so thank you for bringing that, and I'll keep it short. We're not talking a Gold's Gym here. We're talking a few pieces of exercise equipment. So it's a very minimal investment for what we're going to be doing to, again, to protect our officers and give them a place where they can continue to train. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, I see Councillor Shea now, and then Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, it's Councillor Shea. I think Councillor Herbert made an interesting point about having a secure detail at the local community gym. I know she was being somewhat facetious, but in days gone by, officers were given free run of the arena outside of regular arena hours so that they could exercise and play shinny and get some physical activity in private. So the idea of arranging for secure access to another community facility is not unprecedented. We've had many discussions about mental health at the Police Service Board, and it's a very high priority. We've undertaken a number of initiatives to try to promote our force's mental health and the individuals there. I don't recall physical exercise and a gym ever having come up in those discussions. So I'm very supportive of trying to reinforce mental health for our officers, prepared to invest money in that. It's very important to all of us, but I do think that building a $6 million, $7 million with the land, a $7 million facility for our police officers, and putting in a gym is not going to sit very well with our taxpayers who are going to be paying for this facility for the next 30 years. So I think it's incumbent on us to, cut every expense that we possibly can. We haven't gone through and sort of, paired and cut. But there's this one opportunity to find cost savings, and I think it would be incumbent on us to take that opportunity. Thank you.
Madam CAO, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm listening carefully to the conversation. And if I'm understanding what Councillor Hergert is asking, it's to remove that area identified on the floor plan as area number 9, the fitness area, and then proceed to get a costing. I wonder if we could get a sense of how large that area is, and if it's better to make the determination to cut that room after we have prices, rather than just without that detail. Just a question for perhaps our CBO from his experience.
Okay, thank you for that. CBO Sharprek, pardon me.
Through you, Your Worship, yeah. The question is, and I understand the idea of wanting to remove a space. The question is, looking at the plan, if you can't just remove that space and create a big U shape in the building. I mean, I guess you could, but realistically, you wouldn't be saving any cost. If you wanted to remove the gym and you want to make a decision that you're not going to pay for any equipment, then that's council's prerogative. But you're really not going to save any money by reducing the overall space by the area of the gym, because that space is part of the building. So if it's not a gym, then maybe it would be incorporated into other spaces in the building. Like the other spaces would get, like the washroom areas would all be incorporated, get larger. The locker spaces would get larger, but that area, you're not going to, say the gym, I don't have dimensions on my plan, but guessing, let's say it's 300 square feet. So you take that 300 square feet, you're not going to reduce the cost of the building by, $12,000, $300, or 300 square feet times $400 a square foot, right? You're not going to reduce the overall cost of the building by that size, because that space is just going to be incorporated into other rooms. So you're only really going to save the cost of the equipment. So if council decides they just don't want to pay for the equipment, well, maybe the room stays, they have some padded areas so that they can do their force training and things like that in there, but there's just no gym equipment in that room. And, maybe they can fundraise or do something else to provide that, find funding for that equipment some other way.
Well, thank you for that. I think I'm at Councillor Hutchinson, I believe.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah.
So I'm very much in favor of keeping the gym. I think the mental health issue is a big issue. I know there are some police officers that do use our local gym and they feel comfortable doing that, but I think there would be many that wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. Plus, as our chief has said, it's part of their training, and if it's part of their job to be physically fit and to be able to do certain maneuvers, then I think we need to give them that space and opportunity. So I'm very much in favor of keeping it But in the meantime, let's look at the plan and get some costing.
Thank you. Chief Martin, please.
One quick point. While the building was being developed and we did share it with our association representatives, they are on board with our comprehensive wellness strategy. And we have had discussions with them about them paying for and providing the gym equipment for the inside of it as a dual purpose use of force room and a fitness room. That was their commitment that they would be supplying that for us. So there won't be costs borne by anyone to buy the equipment for inside the gym. We simply would need the space.
Thank you, Chief. Councillor Townsend, then Councillor Hamilton, and then Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Two comments. The first one is, I don't think it's a matter of using the gym in the way we think. Just going in and, you know, if you had a sort of a bicycle or whatever, it's not that. I think it's also, I believe Chief Martin said it in his initial comments, and I just didn't want to lose track of it, is there's a lot of stress. There's situations they experience, things they see that sometimes are very, very traumatic. And sometimes a little workout helps you deal with that. And not only that, if an officer gets too emotional, he has a private place to do that. And you can't do that in a gym, and that may happen while you're doing your workout. I've seen that personally from events. And I think that's something we need to keep in mind. Second of all, you're going to shave the building. You're not going to cut square feet off. And so I agree with the CBO Shiprack that, you know, if you had 3 or 4 or 5 things that you could combine, you might be able to make a difference on both the size and the cost. But if we're only talking about one item, I don't see how we're going to do that. And the other thing, you might get a surprise that when you do the individual space for the washrooms, that's how you use it. If you end up going that route, or you may not, but the point is we're changing more or challenging more. And I don't think the business case is there to remove the gym, just for those 2 reasons. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Townsend. I do see Chief Martin's hand up. Chief Martin, please.
My apologies, Your Worship. I'm still trying to learn how to use this properly, so I left my hand up.
Okay, no worries. I see Councillor Townsend is complete, so I know his hand will go down as well. And now Councillor Hamilton, and then Councillor Shea. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Could our CBO remind us how many square feet we're talking about in that gym?
Yes, CBO Shiprack.
Or fitness area, I should say.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. As I indicated before, I don't have the plan I have doesn't show exact dimensions. I'm sort of guessing based on the scale of some other things. Yeah, so I'm guessing approximately, like I said, about 300 square feet, but that's just going off of, like, I don't have a dimension, so I couldn't say for sure.
Okay, well, thank you. I heard the math of, like, it doesn't save much, it'd be $12,000, but wouldn't the math be $400 times 300 square feet, which would be $120,000? So neither here, yeah. I think though, I recognize that perhaps removing a room, maybe it won't ultimately change the shape of the building. It just won't make sense, but it would, if that room were repurposed, it might prevent us from having to add an addition for another 5 or 10 years. It would give us more space to grow into. So it's not that, I think that's one way to look at it. And also, as we're considering the non-gender bathrooms too, it'd be interesting to see without the fitness center there too, how that space is reworked. And maybe we do shave off a bit of space from the building and the footprint is shrunk. We don't know. So in terms of the fitness area, I don't want to paint a black and white picture of if you're not for the fitness area, then you're not for mental health, or you don't think mental health is important. I certainly think it's very important. I just can't support it at this time, the fitness center. I do support mental health. I do think there's lots of opportunities, more opportunities, partnerships that we can look at. In terms of training, I'm hoping police services are collaborating when it comes to training and using spaces so that, but I'll leave it there. And I appreciate the honest conversation. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Now, I do see Councillor Herger, but prior to that, I did call Councillor Shea. I just want to confirm whether you still wish to speak, Councillor Shea.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Herger. Then.
Yes, I wasn't actually being facetious, Councillor Shea, when I said, maybe we need a specific detail of officers to go around to our different buildings. I mean, this is what makes us different than OPP. We are not paying for OPP. We should be able to ask our officers if we needed extra help or care in our community. We should be able to ask them for these type of specific things. Or vice versa, when they come to us and say, we need space to do training, where could we use? This is our opportunity to speak up and say, we have an arena that, 3 hours, whatever, it's yours. It's good team building time too, right? So I think it is very important that we already have a lot of buildings within our community and that we try and amp those up to 100% occupied all the time. I understand we're not doing that right now because of COVID, but I think that there are lots of opportunities to have team building and mental health space within our community. And I just would like to reiterate my support for mental health. I think this is coming down to a question of mental health or dollars, and that's not really what I'm trying to do here. So I would like, here's an amendment I would like to move to my own amendment. So how do we do that, clerk? Now, through you, Madam Mayor, could I ask the clerk how to make that amendment?
Clerk Sharbach, apparently there might be an amendment to an amendment. Could you please guide us through it?
So at this point, the third amendment to the main motion, moved by Councillor Herger and seconded by Councillor Hamilton, is that the gym be removed from the design. So if you're amending that, Councillor Herger, then that will be the fourth amendment, and we'll vote on that first. Your amendment to the amendment, then your amendment, and then the main motion. However, there is a concern that if council is deciding what is actually appropriate training for a police officer, you are well into operations.
And I'm not.
At that, it needs to be very, we need to be very careful of the average person isn't going to have the same understanding of what the requirements are for training. And I think quite a bit of those requirements are set out by the Ministry of the Solicitor General, but I may be mistaken on the authority on that. Just so we're not delving into directing the chief how to, or officers how to carry out their training or their use of force training, or what, shinny is not police training, right? So the move, you need a mover and a seconder for an amendment. We'll vote on that first and then get back to this third amendment.
So my amending motion would be a reduction in the square footage of the police building by 400 square feet.
Is there a seconder for this?
Oh, give me 1 sec.
Okay.
Can I
Yes,
just
of
repeat
course.
that back
Yeah.
through your worship? Councillor Herger, can I just repeat that back? So moved by Councillor Herger that the motion be amended by adding that the building be reduced in size by 400 square feet.
Yes.
Right, okay. Good.
Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding the amendment? I see your hand up, so I wanted clarification. You may not be, but I want to know.
I'll second it to get it on the floor. Thank you.
Okay. And Clerk Sharbach, I am requesting a recorded vote.
On the amendment
to the amendment?
On the amendment to the amendment, on the amendment and the main motion, on all three, please. Thank you very
Okay.
much. Okay, so are there questions with regard to the amendment to the amendment, which is on the floor at this point? Councillor Hamilton and then Deputy Mayor.
Excuse me, Mayor Robinson, not at this time.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And through you to CBO, I'm just very curious, are we talking a complete redesign now that we're talking 400 square off of a building that I just had a quick gander, but I would go to you for your knowledge. Thank you.
CBO Shiprock.
Thank you. I guess the question is, do we want the design done at any cost? I'm not sure if there would be a cost associated with it, and there wouldn't likely in this case. I mean, the architect, would incorporate some redesigns in. The question is, we could redesign the building now to remove that 400 square feet, but then when the budget comes back and then you decide you wanted to redesign it again, there may be a cost at that point, right? The architect is willing to do some redesign, but if we start doing multiple redesigns, at some point there's going to be additional costs incurred by the municipality. So I guess that question, there may not be a cost directly associated with this design, but council needs to know that at some point, they're only going to do so many redesigns before they start charging us extra.
Anything further, Deputy Mayor?
No, thank you very much, Mayor Robinson.
Okay, you're welcome. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I just want some clarification. The amendment would change the third amendment to basically say remove the gym and reduce the building by 400 square feet. Is that correct? Is that the intent of the amendment?
Well, CBO Shiprock, is that correct? That would impact?
I guess we should clarify that through the person requesting the motion. I'm not sure if the councilor would like 300 square feet and the gym.
Okay. As the mover of the motion, Councillor Hergert, please.
Yes, I would like the reduction of the square footage, and the other part is a separate amending motion, right? So if we do not choose to remove the square footage, which is this motion, then we revert back to remove the physical fitness area.
Actually,
Clerk Sherbach.
just clarify where we're at in our list of motions. There's a motion on the floor that the gym be removed from the design, and we have a motion to amend that motion that would say that the building be reduced in size by 400 square feet. So if this motion to amend the amendment is passed, then we vote on a motion that says that the gym be removed from the design and that the building be reduced in size by 400 square feet. And then we'll be back to the main motion where both of those pieces will be added into the main motion. So I just want to make sure that everybody's clear on what the vote is for. And Councillor Herger, is that clearly reflecting your intent? Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Okay, and
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That was my question.
Well, thank you for the clarity. And also Councillor Hamilton, was that the intent as seconding?
That was my understanding as well. Thank you.
Okay, and you've got the clarity. Councillor Townsend, thank you for asking that. Is there anything further, Councillor Townsend?
No, thank you.
Okay, I am just reminding the clerk that on the next three anyway, motions that I have asked for a recorded vote. So thank you for managing that for us.
Okay, so through your worship, are we ready to call the vote?
Yes, I think we've had a detailed discussion, and I'm not seeing anybody else with their hand up.
On the amendment that the building be reduced in size by 400 square feet. Councillor Hamilton, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Hergert, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
No.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Not in favor.
Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
Not in favor.
Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
Yes, pardon me, no.
And Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
Muted. Sorry, I forgot to unmute. No.
Okay. I lost that. I'm sorry, Councillor Townsend, could you repeat your vote? Yes or no, please?
No.
Okay. And that motion is defeated. So we are back voting on amendment number 3 to the main agenda, or sorry, the main motion, moved by Councillor Hergert and seconded by Councillor Hamilton, that the gym be removed from the design. I'll say from the proposed police building design, just to add clarity down the road when we look back at this. And
could you please restate that just for clarity?
That the gym be removed from the proposed police service building design.
Okay.
And there's been a request for a recorded vote. So same order, Councillor Hamilton?
Yes.
Councillor Hergert?
Yes.
Councillor Hutchinson?
No.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
Not in favor.
Mayor Robinson?
Not in favor.
Councillor Shea?
Yes.
And Councillor Townsend?
Not in favor.
And that motion is defeated. We are now back to the main motion, which has been amended twice. And there has been a request for a recorded vote. Is it council's wish that I read that with the amendments that are included? Okay.
Yes, we're at
so
that stage.
we're back at that West Grey Council accept the recommendation of the West Grey Ad Hoc Police Building Committee, or accept the recommendation that the detailed designs for the future West Grey Police Service Building be approved as prepared by Formworks Inc. architects, and that the building be built to a LEED certified standard, and that the architect provide a design option for gender inclusive washroom, change room, and shower with an estimate of the impact on cost. That's where we're at. Okay. So same order, calling the vote.
I see CBO Shipwreck with your hand up.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just like to ask one question to clarify on that LEED standard. With that motion being we're designing to LEED standard, does that mean you're only looking for one costing? You don't want the 3 costs?
No, I think Carl, that council clarified that this would be the minimum, but they would still like to receive the costing for silver and gold as well, or whatever the other standards are, the good, better, best. This is just the basic starting point is LEED certified.
Okay, so no requirement for a basic price, the cheapest building possible?
No, I guess the basic price would be the LEED certified. And then I think that would be one of the 3 pricing options. So
okay.
The basic being LEED certified, not a building without any sustainable or green initiatives. And just any councillor can correct me if that's off.
Nope, that is the summary. Now I do see Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I just need some clarity through the clerk. If I could please request that we could read that again.
Sure.
Yes. Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that West Grey Council accepts the recommendation of the West Grey Ad Hoc Police Building Committee, that council approves the detailed designs for the future West Grey Police Service Building as prepared by Formworks Inc. architects, and that the building be built to a LEED certified standard, and that the architects provide a design option for gender inclusive washroom, change room, and shower with an estimate of the impact on cost.
And that was, Clerk Sherbuck, that was moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. Is that correct?
The main motion,
Yes.
I believe, who did move the main motion here? I think it was
Mayor
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and Councillor Townsend. Is that correct?
No, Councillor Hutchinson was what I had in my notes. I just wanted that clarified. And Councillor Townsend is shaking his head that he did not.
Okay, so moved by Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson.
Thanks. I just
For
wanted
the
that.
main motion.
Yep. Now I do see before the vote is called, and I know you're managing that, Clerk Sherbuck, but I do see Councillor Shea's hand up. Councillor Shea?
Thank you. I'm enjoying this process so much that I'm going to move an amendment that just clarifies some things that we've already agreed upon. That being that we will say that we are expecting a letter of support from the police board, supporting the building in its current size and configuration, and that we will be investigating applying for a Green Municipal Fund grant. So I'd like those in the motion. I don't think they're controversial because I think we've already agreed upon them. I just wanted to get them in the record.
I'm just giving Clerk Sherbuck the time to write that, and I know you've moved that amendment.
Just give me a second to catch up here.
Of course. Oh, yes.
Councillor Shea, through your worship, could I just clarify that we are requesting a letter of support from the Police Service Board, and that staff investigate the, sorry, what was the fund?
Green Municipal Fund grant.
The Green Municipal Fund grant for this project.
Yes, thank you.
So that's moved by Councillor Shea.
Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding that?
I will second that. Thank you.
Okay, Clerk Sherbuck, I'm taking that over, passing that over to you for the recorded vote on this, please.
Okay, so recorded vote. Councillor Hamilton?
Yes.
Councillor Hergert?
Yes.
Councillor Hutchinson?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
In favor.
Mayor Robinson?
In favor.
Councillor Shea?
In favor, but I didn't hear anyone call for a recorded vote.
I just did, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarity.
And Councillor Townsend?
In favor.
That motion is carried. So back to the main motion. Also a recorded vote being,
Yes.
I'll just try to summarize these three amendments to it. That West Grey Council approves the recommendation of the West Grey Ad Hoc Police Building Committee. That council approve the detailed designs for the future West Grey Police Service Building as prepared by Formworks Inc. architects, and that the building be built to a LEED certified standard, and that the architects provide a design option for gender inclusive washroom, change room, and shower with an estimate of the impact on cost, and that we request a letter of support for the Police Service Board, and that staff investigate the Green Municipal Fund grant for this project.
Very good.
Okay, so on the main motion, I just need to.
Oh, I see Councillor Hergert, you have your hand up.
I do have one. It seems like a point of order, actually, as we talk about this police service building committee. Was that not dissolved? Didn't we dissolve that? So I don't understand why we keep referring to it. Just point of order.
Clerk Sherbuck.
Through you, your worship, we keep referring to it because that was the motion that was tabled. at the
Oh, I
December
see.
15th meeting. So
I
bringing that motion back from the table formed the basis of our approving the design motion today.
Okay, thank you very much.
One
Okay.
option when we move forward and defer a motion instead of table it, it's a little bit smoother bring back. So that being said, we'll get through this process today. But yes, the committee was dissolved. Councillor Hamilton,
Yes.
Councillor Hergert,
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson,
In favor.
Mayor Robinson,
In favor.
Councillor Shay,
Yes.
and Councillor Townsend.
In favor.
And that motion carries.
Thank you. And Clerk Schaubeck, thank you very much for handling all of the recorded votes. I very much appreciate that. Deputy, before we move on to the next item, 16.3, I see Deputy Mayor, you have your hand up. Deputy Mayor?
Oh, I apologize. I didn't realize you had called me Mayor Robinson.
Okay, I see your hand up. Would
To
you
give us a
remove your
5-minute
hand?
recess here so I can just grab something to drink.
I'm sorry, pardon me?
I was wondering if you would allow us a 5-minute recess, please.
Sure,
Before we carry on.
sure. Is everybody okay with that? I think it's most definitely well-deserved. So let's take a 5-minute break. So we will be back at 4:26. Oh, you know what? Let's come back at 4:30, okay? See you all at 4:30. Thank you. And I would just ask if you could make sure your microphone is on mute and your video. Thank you. Okay, everyone, Clerk Schaubeck, I am calling the meeting back to order, but please, Clerk Schaubeck, could you please identify that we have all members of council and the appropriate staff?
I just, we have a quorum. I'm not sure if Councillor Townsend or Councillor Shay have joined us yet.
Okay, well,
But you have a quorum and I believe staff is ready. Just a reminder, council, that we did have an addendum to the agenda. And if you're not looking at the merged agenda, this is where it lands. Okay, so it will be Planner Spencer's report as 16.3.
wonderful. Thank you. You are really good clerk for all of this hard work. So I am calling the meeting back to order as the clerk has identified. We have a quorum and we also have the staff here. I will go to 16.3, but I do want to first identify, maybe this is the good time to do this. I've had a notation from CAO Johnston that wondering if consideration could be given to the last two reports be deferred to the next meeting because, well, the few things they're most detailed and that maybe they would be more appropriate on the next agenda. And so I know there should be consideration for that. And then perhaps then we just deal with 16.3, the bylaws, anyway, and whether there's any other consideration for that. But why, Clerk Schaubeck, I'm wondering, because we're at 4:30, whether we should just have and I'm just putting it out there at this point, whether we should have a discussion at now, suggesting what items should be deferred over to the next council meeting. And then if we're all in agreement with that, we would have a motion for that and voted on. And then it would be very clear on what we will be dealing with for the balance of today. It's been a long day, very productive, a really great discussion, but I'm wondering if you could just, Clerk Schaubeck, provide some insight, maybe deal with how we need to dispense, if you will, with the items before we move forward. Would that be appropriate?
Sure. Through you, Your Worship, I would say that the pieces that
it would be ideal to address today would be the borrowing bylaw, the interim tax bylaw, and the community safety and well-being plan bylaw. And other than that, agenda items could potentially be brought forward to the next meeting.
So let me try that and see where council wishes to go with that. So the clerk has identified 3 bylaws and also the confirming bylaw to be dealt with, and probably just deal with item 19 through 24 as well. Having said that, the items that potentially, if depending where we go, that would be the maybe we deal with 16 staff report, 16.3 manager planning and development, 16.3.1 the official plan update, engagement and community strategy, then 16.4.1 the procedural bylaw follow-up, 16.5 chief administrative officer report. Well, I guess that's 16.5.1 2020 strategic vision plan, the 4th quarter update. I suggest committee of adjustment get addressed with today. All the bylaws today, not those reports. Items can be put over to the next
Point
agenda.
of order, Mayor.
Please go ahead.
When you turn to your right and
Oh.
you're looking down, you lose your mic. So I'm not sure what you said when you turned away.
Oh, thank you. So what I'm suggesting, and it's up to council for sure, but the staff reports for the official plan update, engagement and community safety, which is the 16.3.1, the clerk's report procedural bylaw follow-up, which is 16.4.1, the chief administrator officer report 16.5.1, 2020 strategic vision plan, 4th quarter update. Perhaps those could be moved over to the next meeting. And the new business items, the notices of motion. Let's see what council wishes to do. If that could be all moved over to the next agenda. And then for the balance of today, I know we've had a long day, just deal with the bylaws. And then item 19 through 24, which is there's no further addendum. There's no closed session. So it'd just be the question period and adjournment. So we're just removing the new business items and the balance of the staff reports to the next agenda. And the meeting date would be what, Clerk Sharbach?
Through you, Your Worship, our next meeting date is February 2nd.
Okay, and thank you for that. And the CAO has noted that effectively it's a long day. So if this is a possibility, that would be great. And also, Councillor Hutchinson, thank you for that point of order. I will speak direct. Your hand is still up. Any comment?
Just to say that I have a commitment at 5 o'clock, so I'm going to leave at that time.
So you would be fine if we were able to dispense with the items as I've identified?
Yes, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Councillor Hergert?
I also will be leaving at 5 o'clock. I have a request that we could put the community safety and well-being plan bylaw. If there's no urgency to that, could we push that to the next meeting as well, please? I do have some comments on that, so I don't want to hang us up.
Clerk Sharbach.
Actually, my understanding is it needs to be passed by both counties and all lower tiers in January. So the report did come and the presentation with the plan. With a presentation earlier, I think, unless that timeline has been extended, and I think CAO Johnston may be able to advise if we have extra time.
Thank you. CAO Johnston, please.
Thank you for that, Madam Mayor. And I see Chief Martin is still here as well. My understanding is that there has been an adjustment to the timeline, and I just discovered that. Chief Martin, can you confirm that we have a little bit of time still?
Chief Martin?
My apologies, Your Worship. I was dealing with another matter. You'll have to repeat the question, Madam CAO.
Go ahead, Madam CAO.
Thank you. Okay, through you, Madam Mayor. Chief Martin, we have a request to defer some of our items to our next council meeting, which is February 2nd. And I believe the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan, the passing of that has had an extension and it doesn't have to happen by the end of January. Can you confirm that?
Yes, the community safety plans have been extended by the provincial government. I do believe it is to the end of July 2021. Before they have to be adopted and move forward by communities.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Chief Martin. So I'm wondering if we can deal, and I guess we'll look for a motion, Clerk Scharbeck, to deal with the balance of these reports, as I've identified a couple times, and the new business items, as well as proposed bylaw 05-2021 Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan to the next scheduled council meeting. So thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, do I need a motion, Clerk Scharbeck, for this?
I think the appropriate way to move forward is somebody move a motion to deal with an item that we need to deal with today. We deal with it, and then the next item that we need to deal with today, because whatever's left is going on the next agenda, with or without a motion. Okay, so that might be the clearest path forward, because it will take probably close to 5 o'clock when we start losing members to get through a number of procedures. But the most direct way is, and I would recommend that the borrowing bylaw and the interim bylaw be considered first, and then after that we get through as many items as possible.
Okay, so right now I'm going to move away from the staff reports and deal with the bylaws, and let's, as per what Clerk Scharbeck is suggesting. So is there, Clerk Scharbeck, would you read the motion for the bylaw? Is that what you wish me to do? Like I was
I guess through you, Your Worship, is it council's wish? I think somebody needs to move that the recommendation would be that bylaw 01-2021 be read a first, second, and third time.
Councillor Hergert? Okay, I see Councillor Hergert's moving that and Councillor Hutchinson is seconding that. Are there any questions on this bylaw? Councillor Hergert? Oh, no. Okay, thank you very much. Well, then I'm calling the question on this bylaw that was read by the clerk. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. All members of council have voted in favor of the passage of the bylaw 01-2021. So that motion is carried.
Sorry, Mayor, we're missing that again.
Okay, all members of council voted in favor of the recommended motion on bylaw 01-2021, so it did carry. Okay, now is somebody going to move another motion on an item? Is that what you're suggesting, Clerk Scharbeck, on a bylaw? Is there anyone to move?
Yes, I would recommend number 2.
Yes. Yes, point of order, please go ahead.
It's Councillor Shea. Do we not need a motion to deviate from the agenda?
Thank you. I was looking for support in terms of how we were addressing the balance of the agenda, and now we're dealing with the bylaw. So Clerk Scharbeck, could you please provide some clarity on this, especially on the point of order addressed by Councillor Shea?
We can do a resolution to amend the order of items on the agenda again and vote on that. We had gone straight to a motion to read bylaw 01-2021 for a first, second, and third time. It's council's wish, technically. It's council's decision to amend the order of business. And if, I guess if there's still quorum at 5 o'clock, we just continue through until somebody moves to adjourn. It's council's wish.
So are you, Clerk Sherbeck, thank you. And are you looking for a motion from this council that is dealing with deviating from the motions to deal with the bylaws? Or is it your suggestion that we just move through the bylaws? I'm looking for some clarity from the chair as well. Clerk Sherbeck.
Through you, your worship. If it's council's wish to do a motion to amend the order of business on the agenda, then somebody would need to move that.
Okay. Is there anybody that wishes to move the deviation from the order of business? I see Councillor Hamilton, you have your hand up. Oh,
I believe Councillor Hamilton said she would have to leave urgently
okay.
at some point.
Thank you for noting that. Then Councillor Townsend,
Yes, I'll move such a motion.
thank you. Councillor Shea, are you with your hand up seconding that motion?
I second the motion. What is the motion? To
Yes, I
deviate?
was going to have the clerk read it on the deviation. So again, Clerk Sherbeck for clarity.
Well, what did you move, Councillor Townsend? I didn't write any of that down.
Getting late.
Sorry, I was moving the motion that we defer the following items to the next meeting and complete the rest of the items. And the list came from Madam Mayor, so I know that you can read those off. So.
Okay. All right, so the items that are being deferred, let me just clarify that so that everybody knows. Those are dealing with staff report 16.3.1, official plan update, engagement of community strategy. That comes from the manager of planning and development. 16.4.5, procedural bylaw follow-up, which is a clerk's report. And 16.5, the 16.5.1, 2020 strategic vision plan, fourth quarter update. That's a report from Madam CAO. And also the new business items that have been identified in this report agenda would be moved over to the next agenda. In addition, the proposed bylaw 05-2021, which is the community safety and well-being plan. And then if everybody's clear on that, the balance, if this motion goes through, is just with the balance of the bylaws, and then items 19 through 24, which gets us to adjournment. Councillor Townsend,
Madam
is
Mayor,
that
was
correct?
18 going as well? New business?
Yes, new business, which included those notices of motion. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So are you clear, and is that what you wish to move?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And Councillor Shea as the seconder, is that correct?
Yes.
Is everybody else clear on that? And that gives a pathway forward then, and I appreciate it. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Motion carried with all members of council. So you'll see those items on our next agenda. Looking forward to those.
Madam Mayor, maybe just point of clarification. I think Councillor Hamilton's hand was up, but even though she's not there, so I don't know whether you officially classify her as voting or not.
Thank you. Okay, so motion carried with 6 members of council then. Thank you very much for that. Motion carried, and noting that Councillor Hamilton is not present. Thank you. So we've dealt, and we're just dealing with the bylaws that I've identified. We've dealt with 01.2021, which was carried. Now the next bylaw, proposed bylaw under 17.2, which is a 02-2021 interim tax bylaw. Clerk Sherbeck, could you read the motion at hand?
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that bylaw 02-2021, being a bylaw to provide interim tax levies for the year 2021 for the Municipality of West Grey, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Councillor Hutchinson, I see your hand up. Are you moving this motion?
Sure, I'll move the motion.
And then Councillor Hergert, I see your hand as well. Are you seconding the motion?
Councillor Herger, yes.
Are there any questions, members of council? Seeing none? All those in favor, then indicate with a raised hand. And if need be, I will call all those opposed. I see 5 members of council in favor. Although, please clear the dashboard. All those opposed? I see 1. Okay, Councillor Hergert.
Can I have a point of order? My apologies. I'm in favor of that. I just couldn't
Oh.
get my hand up there. Sorry.
Okay.
I apologize. Sorry.
Well, then I'm, for clarity purposes, I'm just going to call the vote. All those in favor of the motion that has been read, please indicate with a raised hand, and I'll just wait a moment to see that everybody's hand is up then. Thank you for the point of order, Clerk. Councillor Hergert. 6. Okay, 6 members of council, and motion is carried. On item number 17.3,
Madam Mayor, we're losing you again.
sorry, I do apologize.
When you look to the right.
Got it. Okay. I need a sticker on my camera here. 17.3 is proposed bylaw 03-2021. Committee of Adjustment Appointment Bylaw. Clerk Charbeck, would you please read the motion?
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that bylaw 03-2021, being a bylaw to appoint a committee of adjustment, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving that motion?
Yes, I'll move that motion.
Deputy Mayor, are you seconding the motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will second the motion.
Are there any questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. I see 6 members of council. Motion carried. 17.4, proposed bylaw 04-2021, West Grey Public Library Board Appointment Bylaw. Clerk Charbeck, could you please read the recommendation?
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that bylaw 04-2021, being a bylaw to appoint a West Grey Public Library Board, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Shea, and are you moving the motion?
Yes, I'll move the motion.
And okay, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding the motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will second the motion.
Questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand.
Sorry, Mayor, lost my hand. Oh, there it is. It went away.
That's fine. It's a little tricky, but I do see 6 members of council voted in favor. The motion carries. So we're skipping over 17.5. That'll be addressed at the next meeting. 17.6, proposed bylaw 06-2021, confirming proceedings of council bylaw. Clerk Charbeck on the recommendation.
Your worship, the recommendation is that bylaw 06-2021, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council of the corporation of the municipality of West Grey, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
I see Councillor Hergert as moving the motion. Is that correct?
Yes, it is, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Councillor Townsend as seconding the motion.
That's correct.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand, your blue hand. 3, 4, 5, 6. I see 6 members of council. Motion carried. So item 18 is being dealt with at the next meeting. Item 19 is addendum. We've had the addendum will appear on the next meeting, and that was with regard to the manager of planning and Development, the official plan update, engagement and community strategy. Item 20. Closed session, incomplete items only, NA. Item 21, matters arising from closed session, NA. Question period. Supervisor Hewlett, is there anyone in the public that has a question?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Members of the public wishing to pose a question at this time can do so in two ways. The first would be by raising your hand. If you have joined us over the phone, it would be *9 to raise your hand. Alternatively, *9 will also lower your hand. If you have joined us using the online meeting software, you will raise your hand by clicking the raise your hand function, usually located in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. The other option to participate, would be to send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor. At this time, Mayor Robinson, just doing a quick review of the dashboard, I am not seeing any members of the public wishing to comment, nor have I received any chat messages.
Thank you very much for that clarity. Then I will move on to item 23, Municipal Act Notice. Clerk Sherbuck, are there any?
Your worship, no, there are none.
Item 24, Adjournment. Clerk Sherbuck, could you please read the recommendation?
Your worship, the recommendation is that we do now adjourn at 5:55 p.m. to meet again on January 20th, 2021 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair.
I think it's 4:54 p.m. unless
Oh, what did I
heard you wrong.
say? 4:50, 4:55? I don't know what time it is.
I think you said, so the correct time is 4:54 p.m. Sorry. Is there a mover for that motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving that motion?
Yes, I move the motion.
Councillor Herger, are you seconding that motion?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
All those in favor, please indicate with a check mark, your raised hand. There are 6 members of council that voted in favor. That motion is carried. We stand adjourned. That was a full day. Thank you very much, everyone. See you again.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you. Have a good night.